Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show.
Same thing has been previously addressed before the court in our motion, in our renewed motion, since my being retained concerning the Franks v. Delaware motion.
Okay, and I do recall reading that report. You're not going to call him first, right?
No.
I mean, so at lunch I can review his report again?
Thank you, yes.
And then make a determination, so I'm assuming the state's making a motion to
Exclude.
not allow?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be able to review that report again.
Understood, and we have noticed him up as an expert witness. We have him available, and obviously we do this prior to the trial starting to see where the evidence is, the state of the evidence that's been presented by the state. He is available to testify. I've explained the concerns that the state has, and perhaps Your Honor would have with his proposed testimony, and we anticipate Your Honor wanting a proffer, but I've provided ahead of time his opinion by way of proffer so the court knows the sum and substance of his testimony.
Okay, and so you won't call him before the lunch hour
We
then?
will not.
Okay, and
Sure. Okay. Your Honor, so we were, yesterday, after court, we were provided with a series of proposed exhibits. I think the state has some concerns as to the admissibility as to a number of them. So our thought was maybe if we could address maybe some of the issues regarding admissibility now. What I didn't want to do is potentially interrupt witnesses with objections on this. And certainly if we had had these a little earlier, we could have at least maybe brought these concerns up.
who's your first witness?
It would be Dr. Mark Chambers. And what we would propose to the court, because this case has been moving forward so efficiently, a number of people are going to be available at the end of the week. We've been reaching out, trying to get people to move their schedules to be available today. There's been some difficulties in reference to that. What we anticipate doing is calling Dr. Mark Chambers this morning and then having a break so we could address these issues that should be addressed out of the presence of the jury to avoid an interrupted presentation of the defense's case.
Okay, so you're only going to have one witness today?
Correct. As of right now, we're waiting for another witness. She had called Crime Stoppers. She was available tomorrow. We're trying to move her up till this morning. We called the hallway. She is not present yet. Again, everybody was subpoenaed to testify towards the end of the week. So we're trying to accommodate the real-time schedule of this trial.
Okay, so we could let the jury go, but we could deal with some of these exhibits?
Correct.
Certainly.
All right, but we don't have to do it before Dr. Chambers
No,
comes
we
in?
could put Dr. Chambers on.
Okay.
Judge, can I have the evidence proposal so I can make a record of what is being objected to?
Right, we could probably do that as a
Yeah,
break.
the other thing is, I believe the defense will stipulate to the admission of 312 and then 316 to 336.
That is correct, and obviously the purpose of stipulations is to make the trial process smoother and better presentation of evidence to the jury, and obviously we anticipate participation in the same way from the state concerning our exhibits. But yes, we stipulate the admission of those exhibits. I'm going to approach your clerk with our defense exhibits,
Okay.
additional defense exhibits. I believe we're up to X.
So these are the ones the clerk's going to mark?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
so we can make a record. We are, yes, we're on X right now.
And the only other thing, Your Honor, is remember how I talked about having a flash drive of the long form of all the video?
Right.
The defense raised a couple concerns. I'm just deleting the images they don't want on there to go back to the jury. I want them to check my work to make sure I remove what they wanted, and then we'll be offering that.
Okay. All right, can we bring the panel in?
Yeah, as far as the state's concerned, yes.
All right, we can bring the panel in.
Thank you all. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your
On
Honor.
that defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jaskowitz, you may call your first
Yes,
witness.
the defense calls Dr. Mark Chambers.
Please remain standing, doctor, and raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Mark Chambers, M-A-R-K-C-H-A-M-B-E-R-S.
Thank you. Dr. Chambers, if you could begin by telling us a little bit about yourself, beginning with your education.
All right. I attended undergraduate studies at Stanford University, where I graduated with a major in psychology and a minor in biology. I graduated with distinction, which meant that I was in the top 10% of my class. I also was admitted to Phi Beta Kappa during that time. I also earned a master's degree at Stanford in education. My doctoral studies were conducted at Northwestern University, where I earned a degree in clinical psychology.
How are you currently employed?
I am self-employed with a practice in clinical and forensic psychology.
If you could please explain to us the difference between clinical psychology versus forensic psychology.
Clinical psychology is probably what most people think about when they think about psychology or psychologists. A clinical psychologist deals with problems in the human condition, mental disorders, or other kinds of personal problems people may have in their lives, like depression or anxiety. They do psychological testing to help better understand a person's issues or problems or situation, and then they provide treatment services, which we usually refer to as psychotherapy or counseling.
If you could explain to us, too, a little more in detail what is psychology. I think we all have a pretty general idea, but if we could just address that this morning.
Psychology is the science of behavior, and although most people might think of it as relating to thought processes or something that goes on inside the brain, that's not something that we can access directly with any kind of psychological or scientific methods. So we have to look at people's behavior, and then from that we sometimes infer things about the way that the human brain works or why people behave the way they do, but ultimately we are looking at behavior and then drawing conclusions from that.
In reference to forensic psychology, which you have been qualified in previous hearings to give expert testimony concerning, is it fair to say that psychology is basically taking well-accepted principles, scientific principles concerning human behavior and applying it to specific circumstances?
Yes, and those specific circumstances are related to some sort of court issue. So a forensic psychologist may do work in family court, conducting evaluations or child custody assessments. They may work in criminal courts like this one here to provide expert testimony that might help the trier of fact, either the judge or the jury, to understand a particular issue that's germane to the case. Sometimes we also work in lawsuits and provide testimony about maybe in a car accident what kind of psychological trauma an individual has sustained. But ultimately, as you said, forensic psychology is the application of basic psychological principles and research to the issue at hand in the court-related proceeding. And as a result of that, a forensic psychologist sometimes has to be a little bit of a jack of all trades, because there are a lot of different areas of psychology that can apply to a court-related setting, and so we have to know a little bit about a lot of different things.
Okay, would you kind of, I guess, analogize that to that of a coroner? I mean, a coroner is called upon to give an opinion concerning manner of death.
Certainly, yes. A coroner has to know about head injuries and gunshot wounds and blunt force trauma and poisoning and all different ways of death that somebody might experience. So they can't be an expert in any one of those areas. They kind of have to know all of those things so that when they perform an autopsy, they can bring that knowledge to bear to determine the cause of death.
So we have scientific principles applied to specific fact scenarios that help judges, juries make certain determinations concerning issues of fact. Fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
You've given and been qualified to give testimony concerning eyewitness identification. If you could, and other matters, if you could please explain to us other areas in which you have been qualified and given expert testimony concerning.
Sure. One of the big things that I often testify about has to do with the reliability of memory, because a lot of court proceedings rely on the testimony of witnesses, and by virtue of that, the reliability of their memory as to what they observed or experienced, or what kind of testimony they're bringing to the court. So there's a lot of research on how memory works, the way in which it can be defective, and that can be helpful to the trier of fact to judge the credibility or reliability of a particular witness's testimony, rather than just assuming that whatever they say is automatically true. I've also testified about the effects of various medications or substances on behavior, including drugs and alcohol, because those things can distort the way people behave, the way that they think, the way that they react to certain situations, and so that can be helpful to know. Stressful situations, trauma can also affect a person's behavior and reactions to certain situations, and so it can be helpful for a trier of fact to know more about that before making a judgment about the case in front of them.
And just so I'm clear then, you've been qualified to give testimony as a forensic psychologist, and as a forensic psychologist, your testimony could address a whole myriad of situations that affect people's behavior and why they do things.
That is correct, yes.
You have been called on in prior cases by defense counsel,
Yes.
myself included.
Correct.
Have you been called upon to give testimony as a forensic psychologist in prosecutions?
I certainly have, yes.
Federal cases, state cases, if you could please explain to us just briefly your involvement in prosecutions.
I've testified and consulted all over the world, and I think if I had to add them up, the number of prosecution versus defense cases is pretty evenly matched. But I've testified in family court, I've testified in civil court, I've testified in military and federal courts, as I said, in many, many jurisdictions.
And when you're called upon, let's say, by a defense team or a defense attorney, you are not retained to give a specific opinion, fair to say?
No, I'm here to...
Defense-oriented or prosecution-oriented, something along those
Correct.
lines.
I'm here to elucidate the relevant psychological principles and research and knowledge that will help the trier of fact better understand a case. In some cases, it's not favorable to the party that is consulting me, and I have to tell them, I'm sorry, I can't help you because the research says this, and that's probably bad for your case. And that's okay. I mean, sometimes that means a little loss of work, but I've got plenty of work, so that's not really a concern for me.
In reference to these scientific principles upon which you draw opinions or conclusions, you're not a research psychologist.
I am not. I mean, I was trained in research. I have done research, but in my role as a forensic psychologist, my primary skill is understanding research, being able to read research studies that have been published by other researchers, and then gleaning from that the appropriate principles and understanding about human behavior that's relevant to the case.
And these research studies, again, fair to say, cover a wide array of circumstances.
Correct.
Your job is to review the research. And let me ask you this, the research, whether it be concerning false confessions, whether it be concerning memory, it's open to peer review. And if you could explain that to us.
Sure. So the peer review process is a safeguard to make sure that research that is published has done the things that it needs to do to be reliable. So if a research team conducts a study and then they coalesce their findings and then they put together a paper or an article that they'd like to publish, they then submit it to the journal that they would like to publish it, and then that journal sends the draft of the study to a couple of other experts in the field who then look it over, they critique it, they make suggestions of what things could be done better or questions that they feel like they have that the study doesn't answer that need to be answered in the study. And in most cases then the study, if the editor of the journal feels like it still has merit despite the criticisms, it will send it back to the researchers with the suggestions and say, hey, can you make these changes and we'll take another look at it. Sometimes they'll accept it or reject it immediately, but most of the time it's that middle ground where they try to give some guidance to the researchers on how the paper can be better and more suitable for publication. So by the time a study gets published in a scientific journal, in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, it has been looked over by several sets of eyes, not just the researchers who are submitting the paper.
When you're called upon to give expert testimony concerning issues in the case, sometimes you're called upon to give a wide variety of opinions, and sometimes you're called upon to give a very narrowly tailored opinion as to perhaps a single topic or
Yes,
subject.
I think that's fair to say.
And in this case, you were retained to give testimony in the state of Nevada versus Robert Tallis.
Correct.
Did I reach out to you in reference to this case?
No, I believe that I was originally retained on this case by the defense investigator.
Okay, and that was prior to my involvement, to your knowledge, in this matter.
That's my understanding, yes.
You were called upon to review certain evidence in this case to give testimony concerning suicide attempts for those that are involving charges or
Yes.
facing charges.
That's correct.
Let's talk about this. You know, individuals who may be charged with a crime attempting to commit suicide. How common is it?
Well, first of all, it's hard to say because there's a lot of people that go into custody, but it's not very common. I think it's fair to say that it's probably less than 1 in 1,000 suspects or defendants who are involved in the criminal justice system. So it's not particularly common, but it is more common than it is in the general public. So people who are involved in the criminal justice system do commit suicide or attempt suicide at a higher rate than the general public.
Are there risk factors that have been identified by peer-reviewed scientific research on this issue?
Well, yes. One of the risk factors that has been identified is the severity of the crime, the severity of the charge. So if somebody is accused of a particularly severe charge, then the risk for suicide or an attempted suicide is higher.
Fair to say that the severity of a murder charge is about as serious as it can get.
I would think so.
Is an attempted suicide a reliable indicator of a guilty conscience?
Not necessarily, no.
And is that based upon research?
Yes.
And if you could explain this issue.
So in 2011, there was a study published of a very comprehensive research project where they looked at over 27,000 suicides that were committed by individuals who were involved in the criminal justice system. And then they compared those individuals to over 500,000 individuals who were also involved in the criminal justice system but did not commit suicide, so that they could identify, well, what makes these people a little bit different than the people who didn't commit suicide. First of all, I think it probably is obvious that individuals who came in with a mental health problem were already at higher risk, because those are the people that typically commit suicide. So it wouldn't necessarily have anything to do with whether they're being charged or not, but it's clear from the research that the stress of being accused of a crime, particularly a severe crime, as I said, can cause people to commit or attempt suicide, whether they're guilty or not. And for the study that I reference, for instance, found that there were people who had gone through the system, were adjudicated not guilty, and after their case was done, they were still at a higher risk for suicide. Other people who had their cases dropped but had still been accused of this crime were at a higher risk for suicide. So it was clear from the study that it's more the process of being involved in the criminal justice system, being accused of a crime, that produces the stress that can result in suicide than guilty conscience itself. And I should add, part of the problem that even addressing that question of guilty conscience is that, remember I said earlier about what psychology is and it isn't. It's about behavior, it's not about mental processes. So to accurately answer that question, we would have to know what's in the brain of the individual. Guilty conscience, by definition, regards what's going on inside, not what the person is doing. And so there are going to be many, many cases where we don't know if the person is guilty or not. So it becomes difficult to answer that question. But we do know that some people, even after they have been found not guilty by the system, just being involved in the system is a suicide risk.
And just so we're clear, you're not called upon to give testimony concerning the guilt or innocence of Mr. Tellis?
No, of course not.
That's obviously within the purview of this jury and not yours.
Absolutely.
So just so I'm clear on your testimony, if a person attempts to commit suicide after being accused of the crime, that doesn't mean that they probably did.
It's not a reliable indicator, no.
Innocent people, or people that have been exonerated of a very serious crime, have attempted suicide.
Yes.
You are aware that Mr. Tellis cut his arms pretty severely in this case.
I am.
Did you have an opportunity to discuss this issue with Mr. Tellis?
I did.
Did he express to you concerns that he had at the time that he did this?
Objections, hearsay.
Was his explanation to you consistent with the studies that you have just referred to?
Objection, hearsay.
It's hearsay.
Again, you have given testimony concerning these studies where a person gets accused, and as a result of the accusation and the process, not necessarily guilt, but the accusation and the process, that person attempted suicide.
Yes.
And that attempted suicide does not necessarily mean a guilty conscience.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can I have some sort of overview of what you reviewed in preparation for your testimony this morning?
Certainly. I was sent the discovery from the case, which I believe included the police report, which essentially documents the investigative process that the police went through when they were assigned to this case. I think that also included some hospital records for the defendant, when he was hospitalized immediately after his arrest because of the injuries to his
Sure.
arms. I think I saw some photos that were related to the case, and I was also provided with medical records for the defendant during his time in custody at Clark County Detention Center.
Okay. And in terms of the police reports, you mentioned that you had we call it the OR, the officer's report. Is that what you're referring to?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How about any witness statements? Have you reviewed any of those?
I believe there were witness statements in there as well, yes.
Okay. And then did you review photographs associated with the case?
As I mentioned earlier, yes.
Video?
Don't recall seeing any video.
DNA reports?
I think I saw some DNA reports,
Okay.
yes.
Reports from like phone extractions, anything like that?
I think I saw a log of some phone records, so I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
I'm talking more like the contents of a phone?
I don't recall seeing that, but that doesn't mean I didn't.
Okay. And when was it that you were provided these materials?
It was some time ago. I was retained on this case, I believe, late last year, but I couldn't tell you the exact date.
Okay. And it sounds like you interviewed Mr. Tellis at some point?
I did.
When was that?
I actually interviewed him twice. I interviewed him earlier this year, I believe, and then I also interviewed him last Saturday.
Okay. And in either interview, did you record your conversation with him?
I did not.
Did you take notes?
I did.
Are your notes available?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, do you still have your notes?
Yes.
Okay, so if the court ordered you to provide them, you could do that?
I could, yes.
Okay. And you understand, of course, we don't have them yet.
I haven't been asked for them, no.
Okay. And so if we made that request and the court agrees with us, you'd be able to provide it?
Certainly.
Okay. Besides Mr. Tellis, did you interview anyone else?
I did not.
How long were the interviews that you conducted with him?
The first interview was about 3 hours, I believe, and then the more recent one was maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Did you ever administer any tests to him?
I did not.
So it was just interviews, and so you're sort of relying on his description of events?
Well, I mean, I captured his description of events.
Okay. But what he's telling you is his factual version, right?
I would assume so.
Okay. I mean, you don't ever verify that with anybody else, is that
I
fair?
have not.
Okay. And so you're kind of getting information from a single source?
Well, I'm getting information from him for the information that he has available to him.
Okay. And like you could apply, I mean, sometimes are tests administered in order to do psychological assessments of people?
Correct.
And none of those were done?
No,
On either occasion?
no.
Okay. And you're not here to tell us anything about events that occurred on December the 2nd of 2022, correct?
Well, no.
No. I mean,
Not-
you
not
haven't.
on that date, no.
You haven't been to Bronze Circle?
Counsel, I believe it's September 2nd. There was a question, December 2nd. I think.
Oh, I thought I said
Just a
September.
mistake.
I apologize. I mean September, if I misspoke.
Yes, no,
I mean, you haven't been to Bronze Circle.
no.
You're not familiar with any of the evidence other than what you read in the officer's report?
Whatever I read in the police report, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that, you sometimes testify like about the reliability of memory and that sort of thing, and that is sometimes used in cases where there is eyewitness testimony to be relied upon?
Yes,
And then sometimes I would assume it's to talk about like children who recall instances of sexual abuse that occurred in the past, they're challenging their memories of that.
that's right.
And so you kind of provide, I guess, context to how they might misremember things.
In some cases, yes.
Okay. And I think you said on direct examination that that going through the criminal justice system just in itself is a stressful event,
Yes, certainly.
and that correlates with the severity of the charge.
The risk of suicide correlates with the severity of the charge, yes.
Okay. And what we're saying is, I think you said it doesn't, I think your words were not necessarily when asked if it was, like the suicidality was indicative of a guilty conscience, correct?
Yes.
And so not necessarily to me means sometimes it could be.
Sure, of
Okay.
course.
So there are sometimes people are suicidal because of feeling guilty about the crime they've committed.
I think that's almost certainly true.
Okay. Do you have any kind of information, I don't know if there are studies on that, about how often that might be the case?
Well, because, as I said earlier, we don't know what's going through a person's mind in most cases unless they tell us.
Right.
People that commit suicide don't usually have much to say.
Right, but if
And
you
so-
attempted it, you
Right,
would.
and even when they tell us, we can't always rely on that as being accurate. So it's a very difficult question to address directly through scientific study.
Because people who have attempted suicide may be unreliable narrators about why they did things, right?
Absolutely,
And they may be self-interested when they're relaying events to you.
for sure.
And they may be motivated by sort of wanting to avoid criminal responsibility when they're talking to you.
Yes, definitely.
All those factors are always at play when you have someone charged with a crime. Would
They
that be
can
fair?
They can be.
Okay. And do you think there's a correlation of suicidality when people, like in high positions in society, have what's called like a fall from grace? Do you know what I mean? Being publicly embarrassed?
Yes, I think that that's probably a factor, because when I talk about the stress of being accused of a crime, whether or not you did it, there are a lot of factors that play into that. There's family, there's friends, there's finances, there's your employment, but also, as you said, if it's somebody who has a prominent position in society, just the public scrutiny of being accused, whether you're guilty or not, is sometimes inescapable. And we see cases of that all the time, where people are accused of a crime, they're tried, they're found not guilty, but that scrutiny, that public scrutiny continues. Not everybody accepts a not guilty verdict, and so it can be very difficult to function in society afterwards.
But that public scrutiny would still exist and the embarrassment would still exist if you were guilty too, right?
Right.
And if, say, you were the subject of really negative articles that were published county-wide, that would be a stressor that someone might experience as well, right?
Correct.
Being accused of inappropriate behavior in the workplace would be a stressor for somebody, right?
I would think so.
Being accused of being a bad manager would be stressful for somebody, right?
Almost certainly.
Okay. And sort of being accused of being kind of incompetent at your job would be a stressor if that was something that was like published to, say, the county.
Yes.
Okay. And those types of things cause stress on individuals that may or may not manifest as suicide, but they're troubling to individuals to experience. Is that fair?
Sure, some more than others. It's all about personality and experience, but yes, I would think generally that's true.
And when you say some more than others, if they're someone who puts a lot of importance on their role in a particular office or status, it would be more upsetting for that type of person to have maybe negative articles written about them?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. Could I have the court's indulgence? Thank you.
Yes, just some follow-up. Based upon your testimony and your opinion, there's not really this correlation concerning more evidence against someone for a serious crime than results in a higher likelihood of suicide.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase? the question?
Absolutely. So there was questions that you were asked concerning evidence in a particular case. And are you able to say there's any correlation between, let's say, the more evidence of a person having committed a crime, that being correlated to the higher likelihood of suicide?
I think it's probably more accurate to say that it comes down to the individual's perception of his situation. So, for instance, if someone believes that they're in big trouble, that the cops have them dead to rights, whether or not they're guilty, that probably produces more stress than somebody who thinks, yeah, I can get out of this, or I'm good, or they don't have anything on me. So the objective status of that person's situation is probably less important than the subjective perception of the situation that they're in.
So again, that underscores, obviously you agree that human beings, we can be fairly complex and our behavior can be
Yeah, I
fairly
think that's
complex.
pretty obvious, yeah.
It is, and oftentimes people think, well, if this person committed suicide, if he committed suicide, he must have committed the crime. You're here to dispel that common view.
Yes,
And there's actually scientific data that does so.
right.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any Cross?
Nothing else, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hawes? You can approach. We have a question from a juror who's been marked as court's exhibit number 15. Has anyone in your experience ever attempted suicide in an attempt to gain sympathy from being accused?
I think that's almost certainly true, yes. Especially when the suicide attempt is not successful. Sometimes people do what we call suicidal gestures, which just refers to the fact that it kind of looks like a suicide attempt, but it wasn't fatal. And in many cases, people do that just to garner sympathy or to deflect attention from some other issue that they're concerned about.
Any follow-up, Mr. Draskowitz?
I do, thank you. And in reference to this, and we're not saying that's necessarily the case in this case, are we?
No, I'm not at all.
And this perhaps deflection, this perhaps attempting to get sympathy doesn't necessarily equate to knowledge of guilt or guilt.
No, it definitely does not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Weber, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Chambers, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are excused from the subpoena. Thank you very much for being here.
I'll step outside to see if
Okay.
our next witness is available. Our next witness is not here, and as I explained to the court, we had them set for later in the week. We'd anticipate our next witness being available after the lunch break, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, this afternoon?
Correct.
Okay. So at this time, we are going to break for lunch. During this recess, your lunch time to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any way regarding the case or experience, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you by 1 o'clock.
Could we start at 1:30, given the other issues that we're
Sure.
going to address?
Okay, so will the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks, everyone. Please be
Will
seated.
you call your witnesses?
Tracy Torres Lori.
Tracy Torres. Please watch your step. And if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand and face clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
TRACYMIGLIORE.
Thank you. Ma'am, you also go by, is it McGlory?
Just go by McGlory, yes.
Okay. Turning your attention back to September of 2022, did you see something on TV that caused you to call the police?
Yes.
Do you recall what the circumstances were and what you saw on TV that caused you to call police?
The description of the person I seen in the park. What they were wearing stood out.
Okay. Now, did you see video on TV concerning a crime in reference to a journalist, and you saw clips of that and you said, I recognize that person?
Yes.
If I may turn your attention, and for the record, this is State's Exhibit 338. This is the press release that was released on September 5th, 2022. It's not playing. Can you see that?
Yes.
Was that the clip that you had seen on TV?
Yes.
And as a result of seeing this clip, did you call the police?
Yes.
Now, you had testified, get this to stop, that you had seen something that gave rise to concern because you had seen this individual previously.
That's correct.
Where was it that you saw what you believed was this individual?
At Bruce Trent Park?
Bruce Trent Park?
Yes.
That's in Clark County, Nevada.
Yes.
Is Bruce Trent Park off of Vegas Drive in Rampart?
That's correct.
When did you see this individual?
It was about 4:30 in the evening.
Okay. And what date do you recall?
It was on the 28th of August.
So that would have been a Sunday,
That's correct.
and about 4:30.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what, if we could have marked as defense exhibit Y2. And this will be admitted by stipulation?
Sure.
I'm going to show you, and if I could get the Alamo up. Is this right here, Bruce Trent Park? I showed you this prior to your testimony.
Yes, you did, yeah.
And that's the park you were at?
That's correct.
Now, is this a Summerlin Park? Is there like a soccer park complex there?
Yes, I believe there's for softball and maybe ice skating, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Just other things.
So when you saw this person, it was Sunday, August 28th, 2022. Was it warm outside?
Very warm. Okay.
And anything catch your attention concerning this individual that you saw?
Yes, yes.
What did you see, please?
I seen somebody that was fully covered from head to toe and wearing black gloves. Yes,
Did this individual have tennis shoes on?
yes,
You have to speak up.
yes, yes,
Did this individual have a straw hat on like the one that we saw in that clip?
yes, sir.
And where did you see this person at this Bruce Trent Park?
I seen him walking across the children's play area.
Okay.
And I seen him enter the men's restroom.
If I could have what's going to be marked and admitted by stipulation, defense exhibit
C2.
Z2.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Is this the bathroom in this Bruce Trent Park?
Yes, sir.
How long was this person around this bathroom?
He went in and then he went out, came out, and then he went back in.
And you say he, how do you know that it was a male versus a female?
I can tell by the way he walked.
Okay. Did you interact with this person, speak
No.
to this person?
No, I did not.
Were you concerned regarding the way this person looked in reference to your grandchildren or those that you were with?
Yes, I was very concerned for the children in the park.
Now, you didn't call the police on August 28th, this Sunday, when you saw this person.
No, I did not.
But you called the police after you saw this person again on September 5th for this release. It was a Metro press release concerning a suspect.
Yes, I saw it.
And did you call and give the same description, these same concerns when you called? And let me ask you this, it was on September 7th, wasn't it, that you called?
Yes.
Were you ever interviewed by any detectives or any police officers in reference to this person that you saw?
No.
Did this person also have a bag?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of bag this person had?
A duffel bag?
A duffel bag. Do you recall the color?
It was black?
A black duffel bag.
Yes.
Was this person's face covered
Yes.
with gloves?
With gloves?
Yes, I'm asking you, this person have gloves?
Oh, he had gloves on, but his face was covered with a mask.
Okay.
You know, like a COVID mask.
And you were able on August 28th to get a good look of this person's getup?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You got a good view of this person?
Yes.
You were close enough. About how far were you? From me to you, farther? What was your vantage point?
Probably where the officer is at the back door.
Okay. Good 30 feet?
Yes.
Thank you.
At one point, I was that far. He was that far from me, but as he went into the men's restroom, I was closer. I could see him a lot closer.
You never spoke to him?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Let's talk about, this is Defense Exhibit 22. I think you just said that you, at one point, were about 30, oh.
Sorry, for the record, that's Z2.
ZZ, thank you. I believe you said at one point you were like 30 feet from this individual?
Yes.
And so can you, there's a mouse in front of you. Do you see that on the table?
Okay.
Are you able to kind of indicate where you were and where that person was?
So, if I may ask, is the right side the women's bathroom and the left side is the men's restroom?
So I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give you
Okay.
answers, but maybe you could just point out where you were?
Okay. I was actually, I'm gonna say it was about, kind of like back over here.
Okay, so in the image, sort of the lower right corner in that sand area? Is that yes? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
please.
And the individual was closer, I assume, to the structure?
Yes,
And which side of the structure was the individual on?
on the men's side.
Okay, and whatever side that is?
Yes.
And do you recall now which side that was?
I'm trying to identify the park because I've been to this park several times. And I'm trying to identify what side
Oh,
the
okay.
men's restroom is on. It's not really clear, you know.
Okay, so you can't, I mean,
It's hard to tell.
you've been to that park, but you can't tell by this photo where you were? Or which side, I guess, is the men's side, if I'm understanding you?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's way far over here is the men's side.
Okay, so then to the other side of the picture.
Yes.
And then you're, as I understood you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were more in the sand area in the lower right part of the picture?
Yes.
Okay, and so did that distance ever get closer?
Yes, because he walked across the children's playground area to the men's restroom.
Okay, so.
So I
and
seen him from far away, and it concerned me when I first saw him, but then when he walked across the playground to the men's restroom, that concerned me even more.
Okay. Now, the person that you saw, you assume male because of how the person walked?
Yes.
How tall was the person?
I'd say about 5'9", 5'8", 5'9".
5'8" or 5'9"? And we said that you believe the person was male. It sounds like the person had gloves on, and then I think I heard you say a face covering as well?
Yes.
So I would assume you don't know what that person's face looks like.
Well, I seen his face when he was running.
Okay,
So
tell me about that.
So when I left the park with my granddaughter, I went around the corner up Durango. Let's see. So there's Rampart, and then there's another side, which is Durango.
Okay.
So I went up Durango towards West Cliff, I believe it is. And I seen him running up, running towards another park that's down the other way. But as he was running, his hat was coming off, and his hoodie was coming off, and he didn't have his face mask on.
Okay.
But he looked like a light-skinned male bald.
Light-skinned male bald.
Yeah.
And you said there was a hoodie as well?
That's correct.
What color was that hoodie?
I believe it was a dark gray.
Dark gray. And then the build of the person, would you say heavy build, medium build,
Thin.
thin?
Yeah.
And when you see his face, how far away are you at that point?
Well, I'm driving, and he's running on the sidewalk. So
Okay.
I'd say about maybe 30 feet.
Okay, 30 feet.
Maybe less. I don't know.
Was your car actually moving?
Yes, it was moving.
Okay, so you're in kind of a moving car, and then you observe him the second
I
time?
was going slow, yes.
Yeah.
Just to see, yeah.
Okay, and the person, as I understand it, caused you concern, but you didn't really see the person do anything except run and kind of walk across the children's playground?
Yes.
Okay, and when you saw the individual in the park when you weren't in your car, the person had gloves on
Yes.
and then tennis shoes?
Correct.
And walked, I guess, looking at this exhibit, is the children's park to the right side?
It's just depending on what street you're on. If you're on Vegas, you're looking at the splash pad and the men's restroom. If you're on Rampart, you're going to be looking at the actual whole playground, and you'll see the side of the women's bathroom.
Okay. And does this exhibit that we have in front of you, does that not give you enough detail to be able to orient on where that playground might be?
No, it doesn't give me enough detail,
Okay.
because then it's kind of hard to determine my distance.
Sure.
Especially because we were at the splash pad at one point,
Okay.
and we walked away from the splash pad because of that.
Okay. And then when you saw the person near the men's restroom, the individual walked in and walked out?
Yes,
How long was the person in the restroom?
just for a second.
A second?
Walked in, yeah. I'd say maybe like 5 seconds, and then walked out.
Okay. And you see all this on August the 28th?
That's correct.
And obviously, nothing about it on August the 28th caused you concern, right? I mean, to call the police, I should say.
It did, but I think I was just trying to process it because I was a little creeped out by it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what made you, like, when you say, like, creeped out on August the 28th?
It didn't look right. Something looked very eerie about the whole thing.
Okay.
Especially the way he was moving his hands.
And-
That frightened me, and especially because the children were there was a lot of kids at the playground that day.
Okay. So you were concerned about this person, like, immediately when you saw him on August the 28th?
Yes.
And then you get in the car with the children that are with you, and then you see him again running?
Yes.
What was he doing that caused you concern when he was running?
I don't know. I think it was just seeing him walking the way he did, and then seeing him running. It made me think something happened or something was happening. I didn't know. I was more concerned he was going to go to another park, and I don't know. I was just scared for the kids. That's all.
You were scared for the kids. Did you ever see him interact with the kid?
No, nothing at all.
And when you say, like, you were concerned about the way he was walking, what about that caused you concern?
Something just didn't look right about it.
Okay. And was it, like, because the person was walking fast or slow, or?
Well, first of all, he was completely covered with gloves on in the heat that way.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't look like a homeless man.
Sure.
So that's what caught
The
my
clothing.
attention. It caught my attention, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so were you, based on what you saw on August the 28th, did you think about calling the police and reporting this person?
No, it didn't dawn on me just yet what was going on. I kind of like just let it be. I know I wasn't really thinking something was going to happen, you know.
Okay, and so it's sometime after that that you see the public information video sent out by Metro?
Yes,
Do you remember what date you saw that?
I believe it was the 7th.
The 7th of September?
I believe so.
Okay, so what do you have up there?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was just my notes of the date.
Oh,
Of the date.
May I
I'm
have
sorry.
a copy of those, please, Your Honor?
Sure, if you want to, both of you go and look, Grassley, do you want to?
Thank you.
Get them out as well?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Can I just take these up while I'm doing cross, and then I'll give them back to
No
you?
worries. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
So these notes that you gave me on this piece of paper, did you type these?
Actually, my husband did.
Okay.
But
It was sort of based on what you were
it was
saying?
based on the police report that I made, yes. Based on the police report that I made.
Okay,
Yeah.
so at some point, it looks like on your notes, it says Wednesday, 9/7 at 7:43 PM.
Okay.
Is that the date you
That's
called
the
the
date,
police?
yes.
Okay, and so you reported, you saw something on TV and then you make the report after that?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
and then did your husband just write these in order for you to keep your memory to sort of, I guess?
Just to help me, because it was, 2022, so.
Yeah.
It was a little foggy from that.
Okay,
yeah.
and then, so did you kind of, it seems like you explained exactly what you just testified to
Yes.
this afternoon?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and then after you made your report of the sighting to the police, it's my understanding that you weren't talked to?
No,
Okay, and did you ever make like any kind of follow-up call?
no,
Did you ever see this person in the area of that park again?
no, I hadn't gone back to that park for a long time,
Okay,
yeah.
not just at the park, but anywhere? Had you ever seen the person
Never,
again?
no.
Never? Okay, so the one time you see this person is on August the 28th?
That's correct.
And how long total time do you think you had to observe the person?
About 30 minutes.
Okay, so
Possibly.
quite a bit of time.
In between that time, yeah. It was in between that time of 30 minutes. Because I had to have my granddaughter home at 5.
Okay.
So we were kind of rushing, trying to play and get her home.
Yeah.
So,
Did you think because of the outfit, the person might have been a worker or a groundskeeper, or
it did not look like that at all.
because the outfit looked different than that to you, or?
He looked very peculiar. I don't know.
Peculiar?
Yeah,
Okay.
just,
Was there reflection
something didn't
on
seem
the
right.
clothing? Was the clothing reflective?
no.
There was no reflective
No.
clothing on at all? Okay. And then just sort of the hat that you described?
Yes, and something just didn't seem right because that hoodie was very tight on his face.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a hoodie and then a hat on top of that?
Yes.
Okay. And that hoodie, I think you described as sort of darker color?
Yes,
And then you see that when he's running and the hat comes up a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
it was coming off.
Okay,
as he was running.
just 1 sec, okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'd like to return her notes to her.
Sure, do you want to mark it with the part of the record?
If that's okay with the witness and counsel, that's fine.
Do you mind if we mark it and make it part of the record, or do you want a copy of it?
I don't mind.
Okay, so just
We have
court's
no problem.
exhibit.
Yeah.
that should be the, court's exhibit
May I
next to mine.
approach?
You may.
It's going to be court exhibit number 16.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Draskovich?
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions. Thank you
Okay.
for your
Am I
testimony.
Thank you
done?
very much
Thank
for
you.
your, let me just make sure. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. And you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you very
Thank you.
much for being here. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the second witness we were going to call, Ms. Loftus, had a flight delay. the way things work out. She was coming early, there's a flight delay, she's not gonna be here until late this afternoon. We'd anticipate calling her in the morning. And there's another issue concerning a witness that I believe that we were going to address at the
Sure. Can I just have the attorney's approach just so we can decide the time tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it is finally submitted to you. It will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 10:30. Thank you very much. And you're
Thank you. All
excused.
right, for actually 30.
Okay, good
Order,
morning.
be seated, please.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Draskovich?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Mr. Robert Aguero.
Robert, Guerrero.
Please step up into the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Aguero, R-O-B-E-R-T-A-G-U-E-R-O.
Thank you. Mr. Aguero, how are you employed?
I own my own company, which is solely focused on cell phone forensics and cell tower data analysis.
If you could please tell us a little bit about your history in reference to this subject area.
I started this business about 15 years ago. I've received training from Cellebrite and certification from Cellebrite on extracting data, analyzing data from cell phone. I've also received training from SecureView. That's another manufacturer of different software. As far as the cell tower analysis, I've received training from GeoTime. That's the software that I use for mapping on the proper method for mapping data. I've received various trainings from different companies, all dealing with the mapping and analysis of cell phone data. And I attend yearly seminars to keep up with the latest changes in both technologies.
Prior to your owning DataPro, have you worked with law enforcement?
Yes, I spent 15 years in law enforcement. Half the time I worked in patrol, the other half I worked detectives. And then I retired after 15 years in a medical retirement.
Where are you currently residing?
I currently reside in the state of Washington.
Have you been called upon in other cases to give expert testimony concerning cell phone extraction?
Yes, I have.
You were contacted by the defense in the state of Nevada versus Robert Tellis, correct?
Yes.
And did you prepare a report as a result of your being contracted by the defense in this
Yes.
case? Did you prepare a PowerPoint in reference to your evaluation and analysis of data that was given to you.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission by stipulation of Defense Exhibit A3.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Permission to publish. And this is, Clark County Superior Court, but I mean, it's state of Nevada, it's the court, this matter.
Yes,
Points of interest were 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
correct, yes,
9624 Spanish Steps.
correct,
Planet Fitness located on West Charleston,
correct, yes,
and a Planet Fitness located on 230 South Decatur.
correct, yes.
The data that you analyzed concerned cell phone number 702-533-1858, correct?
Yes.
And how was it that you verified that the information that we're about to address is tied to this cell phone number?
Well, when you look at the call detail records or all the records that I analyze, they either have the phone number or they have the international mobile subscriber identity that identifies the subscriber. So those all matched to this number.
Turning your attention to page number 3, if you could explain to the jury what is this that we're looking at?
In this page, we're looking at the T-Mobile mediation report, which is referred to as a call detail records, and that is showing you the cell towers that are used for voice transactions. Now, the T-Mobile mediation report only covered August 1st, 2022 through August 16th, 2022. So when you see a blue dot, that is the location of the cell tower, and then the shaded area would be the sector coverage. And again, the shaded area is only a visual aid to help you see the area. It is not an actual propagation map. So it's just a visual aid.
And if you could explain what a propagation map is.
A radio frequency propagation map is when you're interested in a specific tower and a specific antenna, and you want to find out what the coverage is. You can either request it from the phone company or take specialized equipment, go out to the area, and you measure the radio frequencies from the tower, and then you can actually draw a map that shows the actual coverage of a specific sector.
I'll get a little bit ahead of ourselves. There came a point in time where you were asked to review pen register records, correct?
Yes,
And that would have been records beginning at or about August 7th, 2022?
yes,
But at this point in time, just to give reference, you didn't review any pen register records, and I'll tell you they didn't exist from August 1st, 2022 to August 16th, 2022.
yes. At this point on this map, the only item we're looking at is the T-Mobile mediation report, which again, that just details voice transactions that are made by the phone.
In reference to this X right here, bronze circle, you don't have any communication or any pings, basically would be the word, with any cell phone towers close to that.
That's correct. There's between August 1st and August 16th, there were no towers used that were near the bronze circle location.
However, we do have pings, or we have communication with cell towers in the area of 9624 Spanish Steps Lane, Las Vegas,
Yes,
as well as two Planet Fitness locations. Fair to say?
correct, yes.
One is Planet Fitness is 8945 West Charleston Boulevard.
Yes,
We have some that are right next to that, correct?
yes, we do.
And that would indicate that the cell phone tower would be in proximity to that address.
Yeah, that tells us that that address is within coverage of this tower, so that's definitely one address where the phone could be at. Now, this data is not specific enough to pinpoint a specific location for you, just a general area.
Just the general area. Same question as to this other Planet Fitness, the address being 230 South Decatur Boulevard in Las Vegas. We do have pings near that area as well.
Correct, yes.
And again, you can't say that that means that person is specifically there, but it's a cell phone tower that's in proximity to that address.
Correct, yes.
And just so we're clear too, when you have these pings or this communication between a cell phone device and a tower, there may be various towers that are communicating or exchanging data, phone calls, text, it will show that there's activation or communication, but they don't always necessarily speak with the closest or communicate with the closest cell tower.
Correct. The cell phone will communicate with the tower that has the strongest, clearest signal. So the strongest, clearest signal can be one that's close by, but quite often if you're in a busy area or if the network will level the usage out, so you could be next to one tower, but yet your phone will connect to another tower that's a little further away. Again, it goes to the cleanest, clearest signal for connections.
If I could turn your attention to page 4. If you could please explain to us the significance of this analysis.
This is the same data we saw on the previous page. I just zoomed in so we can better see the various addresses that we've been talking about. But it's the exact same data that we saw before it was zoomed out. Now we're just zoomed into a smaller area.
You know, in this case, in the lower portion of the exhibit, it appears that we have these fanning out images. If you could
Yes.
explain to us what those are and what those signify in this exhibit.
Again, when you see the blue dot, that's the location of the cell tower. When you see a little pie wedge going out, that represents a sector. Typically, most towers have a tower is just basically a tall structure or a building, and then on top you'll see a bunch of antennas all around it. The way that the carriers lay out the network, they divide them into sectors, which is if you take a full circle around a tower, you divide it into 3 equal shapes, 3 pie wedges. Each one of those would be a sector. On some of them, you may see like a full circle going all around. That's because either a sector was not provided for us, the orientation of the sector, or it could be an omnidirectional antenna. So when you don't see a sector, it means it could be anywhere around the tower. When you see the pie wedges, then the phone is somewhere where the blue shading is located. And again, these are just visual aids. They don't represent the actual coverage for each sector.
And again, turning your attention to the 2 Planet Fitness locations, again, we have cell phone towers that were communicating in the area of this subject telephone number.
Yes.
This cell phone device.
Yes.
Turning your attention to slide number 5. Again, if you could explain to us the significance of this slide and your findings.
Yes, I was asked about the 2 Planet Fitness and when were the towers near connected. And then we see the one on the right-hand side of the map that was connected on August 9th, 2022. And then we have the time and the incoming or outgoing. It just denotes whether there's an incoming call or outgoing call. On the left side of the other Planet Fitness, there's 2 towers that were in close proximity. So I put a blue circle highlighting the 2 towers, and then those are all the dates shown there that the phone connected to those 2 towers.
And when a phone connects to a tower, if you could explain to us the various ways in which it does connect to the tower.
Well, typically a phone is a high-priced walkie-talkie, for lack of a better term. So when you hit send on your phone, it uses radio frequencies and sends a signal to the tower with the clearest, strongest signal. The tower will connect to the phone. You get authenticated as a phone user with that carrier, and then your call gets routed to whoever you're calling. And as long as you're connected, then there'll be 2-way communication. Now, the records we have in this pages, they will show typically the starting cell tower. That's what I'm mapping out here. So if you spend 10 minutes on a phone call, we have the starting tower. If you're moving around, you could hit other towers. However, they're not recorded in the records we have. So we're only being shown the tower that the initial connection made to the phone.
Turning your attention to slide 6, the pen register. Obviously, you were provided with information obtained from law enforcement concerning a pen register, correct?
Yes.
Could you explain just briefly what a pen register is?
Basically, that's when law enforcement gets a court order, goes to the phone company, and then they track all the calls that are made and text message, data usage by that phone during a specific time frame. And then what we're provided is a spreadsheet with the date, time, and cell towers that were connected.
Turning your attention to slide page number 7, if you could explain to us the significance and what your analysis was concerning this data that you were provided, specifically on August 28th, 2022.
For this page, I was asked to look at August 28th, 2022 for all of the connections shown on the pen register. And for that date, there was only 2 cell towers that were used. One is located to the northwest of the Spanish Steps location. And then on that tower, we have, excuse me, a breakdown. There were data sessions that were recorded between 12:39 a.m. all the way down to 11:35 p.m. There was 2 voice calls that were made, and the times are listed there. And there was 1 text message at 1:50 p.m. that connected with that tower. The other tower that was used is to the southeast of the Spanish Step location, and all of the connections to that tower were data sessions. There were no voice calls or text messages, so those are all data sessions, and these are the only 2 towers that were connected during that day.
So it's my understanding that based upon your testimony, this is all the phone usage based upon the records that were provided to you that had occurred on August 28th, 2022. We have the data sessions. We have, apparently there was 2 voice communications and 1 text message.
Correct.
And that was for the entire day of that day.
Yes.
If I told you that this was a Sunday, any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Is it fair to say that based upon your analysis of this cell phone data, it appears that the cell phone and presumably its user were at this address, 9624 Spanish Steps?
Check some calls for speculation.
Overall,
With respect to the user.
Okay. Again, this data gives you the general area where the phone could be, so there's no way of knowing if it was located right at Spanish Steps, but that is a location where it could have been. It could also be anywhere in that general area. Again, the data is not precise enough to pinpoint a specific address.
You don't see any other cell phone communication with any cell phone towers outside of this area in these 2 cell phone towers, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
Turning your attention now to the pen register data that was provided to you concerning September 2nd, 2022. If you'd explain to us what we're looking at here on page 9 or slide 9 of your analysis.
Here we're looking at the pen register data for September 2nd, 2022. And again, all of the blue dots are cell towers that were used on that day for either voice, text, or data.
Again, we have cell phone towers in the area of 9624 Spanish Steps, correct?
Correct, yes.
And we also have the cell phone towers that are in the area of the Planet Fitness, being at 8945 West Charleston Boulevard.
That is correct, yes.
It appears that we have no cell phone or no data communication, either outgoing text, ingoing text, or data. You know, the automatic communication between the cell phone and the tower over at the Planet Fitness over on Decatur, correct?
Not on this date, no.
And nor do we have any cell phone towers that were activated or communicated with or pinged on the 7216 Bronze Circle address.
That is correct, yes.
Turning your attention to this slide, page 10, slide 10, if you could explain to us what we were looking at here.
What we're going to see in the next few pages is the date broken down in smaller segments. This first segment covers between 1:34 and 6:44 a.m., where the 1 tower northwest of the home is being utilized. And again, all of the data connections are for data sessions. There were no voice calls or text messages.
And just so we're clear when we're looking at this list, I mean, because we have a data session at 1:34:14 a.m., that doesn't mean the user of this phone is on the phone. That just means that the phone is communicating or exchanging data with the towers.
Yes, data sessions can be active usage or passive usage. Active usage is when you're going on Facebook, Instagram, searching the internet, doing something actively on the phone. And then you have passive usage where the phone will connect to the towers on its own in the background That's just a normal part of the operation of how cell phones work. As long as it's turned on, it is constantly communicating with cell towers.
So a person could be sound asleep at 1:34 a.m. and obviously we have this data because that's what the cell phone is doing independently.
Correct, yes.
I could turn your attention to slide number 11. If you could discuss with us your findings in reference to this slide.
Here we're looking at the next time frame is from 6:45 to 6:50 a.m. and we see 4 different towers that are being utilized. The times are listed for each tower, and again, all of these are data sessions, so none of these are voice or text message.
So we don't have any active usage on the part of the person that presumably has the cell phone, if they do.
Correct. With data session, it can all be background. There's no way of knowing from these records whether it's active or background.
Slide page number 12, if you could explain to us your analysis concerning this information.
Here we go to the next time frame. This is between 7:09 a.m. and 3:47 p.m. And again, we have the same 2 towers that we've seen used before, one to the northwest and one to the southeast of the Spanish Steps location. The one to the northwest, on the left side, we see all of the data sessions. Again, those could be background or it could be active. And then there were several text message and 3 voice calls that utilized that tower. And then on the lower right tower, we have, again, a breakdown of 1 text message, 3 voice calls, and then the rest are all data sessions that connected with the tower on the lower right.
I could turn your attention to slide page 13. If you could please discuss with us what we're viewing here.
Here we're looking at the next time frame is from 4 p.m. to 4:20 p.m. During this time frame, again, we have 5 cell towers. The one at the lower part of the map is for a voice call, so we know that's something that the phone connected to the tower. The others are all data sessions, which they could be background data sessions or active data sessions.
Based upon your review of the cell tower cell phone communication based upon this pen register, is it fair to say that the person who had this phone was in the area of the Planet Fitness?
Sustained.
Does it appear that the cell phone was in proximity or in the area of the Planet Fitness?
Yes, that's definitely one of the locations where it could have been.
And that is consistent with the findings in your previous slides as well.
Yes.
Again, you had testified that it's not necessarily the closest cell tower that basically we have a ping, but it's the strongest.
Correct.
And that would be consistent, again, with what we see here. That this person was in, or that the cell phone was in the area of both the Spanish Steps home as well as the Planet Fitness on Charleston.
Yes, the tower on the lower right of the map, that one is, when I measured, is almost equal distance to the Spanish Steps and Planet Fitness. So either location could be a location where the phone was found or somewhere in between in that general area.
Here we have then much later in the day, again, we have, it appears, data sessions. If you could please just briefly explain this to us.
Yeah, here we're going through the end of the day from 4:27 p.m. to 11:55 p.m. and we have 3 different towers that are being utilized, and they're all for data sessions.
Again, we don't have active use where perhaps a user, we're having texts that are being sent, phone calls that are being made.
Correct, yeah, this data that we have, that we're provided with, there's no way of knowing if anyone was actually using the phone or if it was just sitting there with background connections.
If you could explain to us on this next slide the Celebrite locations and what the basis was for your analysis and what it is that we are viewing here.
Here I was provided a Celebrite, which is a forensic software for extracting data from the phone. I was asked to look for any locations available for the year of 2022, and when I pulled the locations for 2022, this is what came up. Now in this case, the dot represents the...
Thank you.
this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary. Do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you. All right, next adjourned.
Here to the courtroom. It's all black and white.
Wait, what's on?
If we could, because since we We're back for some 10 minutes.
We're ready. You can make the camera.
Oh, did we take this off? Let's see.
All rise for entering jury, please, sir.
State stipulate to the presence of the panel. Mr. Gransovich.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Proceed.
Thank you. Sorry for the break, Mr. Aguero. We were discussing this slide, the 2022 media locations, and you were telling us what this was.
Yeah, this slide here is looking at the locations that were found on the cell phone when I reviewed the Celebrite extraction report. All of the locations came from basically media, photos or videos that were stored on the phone. Typically, when you take a photograph, most modern phones will get the latitude, longitude, so it'll give you a location where the photo was taken. So this is just looking at all the media that was found on the phone. And there were the little orange dots is the actual latitude and longitude reported on the media. And again, there's basically 3 locations where they're all kind of bunched together. The bulk of them is in the upper left near the Spanish Steps Lane location, and that's in January. Had 124 pictures or videos taken at that location. There was one at the bottom of the page taken in September, and then there was one on the right taken in March. Again, this is just strictly from media locations, and the media could be some that the phone took itself, or it could be some that were sent via text message or downloaded from social media or some other online site. And that's basically what we're looking at.
Now, you had prepared a report just a couple of days ago and had sent it to the parties involved, correct?
Yes.
And that presentation was not in the PowerPoint presentation, it was basically slides, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
I'm going to show you defense proposed exhibits C3 and D3. I may approach the witness. If you could review these 2 documents, tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
We can move this down to the admission of. Now, in reference to these 2, is there any correlation between these 2 exhibits and what we're seeing on the screen?
Yes. This first one, C3, it was looking at all of the locations found on the phone, and they ranged from 2009 all the way through 2022. There was quite a bit of location, so we have a lot more dots throughout the map.
And if I could publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
And if we could bring this up on the overhead?
Which exhibit is this, Mr. Gransovich?
This is Defense Exhibit C3. If you could please explain to us, again, this is just a much broader time frame.
Yes, it's, again, it's from 2009 through 2022, so there's several years worth of records and locations. And again, each of the dots represents one or more locations that were found at where the dot is.
Okay. Turning your attention to what's been marked and admitted, please. Yes, if you could explain to us this document.
Yes, this one, B3, is just looking at the time frame of August 1st through August 31st, 2022, and it doesn't have any dots on the map because there were no locations found on the phone for that month.
If I may publish this. And you're saying no locations, is this in reference to media locations?
Well, just any locations that are found on the phone. The first one that we looked at were all strictly media location. This last one from 2009 through 2022 were all the locations found. From memory, I don't recall if they're strictly media or if there's other forms of location. The form will keep a variety of locations in its memory.
Has there been any change in your evaluation of the data that was presented to you?
No.
There was a slide that we had addressed concerning, the September 2nd, 2022 data. I'm sorry, the September 2nd, 2022 data. Recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Again, there's been no change in your testimony or opinions through the course of your evaluation of this data.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir. You know, I think I'm gonna use mine. It's okay.
Absolutely.
If I have a second just to set up the line. Do you mind if Robert, can you clear your laptop?
No, absolutely.
That's awkward. Usually I just use the PowerPoint, the current PowerPoint you sent me. Because it just so we don't have to toggle over. Absolutely. Thanks. Can we cue over? All right. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good. So, just to be clear, this is the PowerPoint presentation that you just presented the jury this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It would be accurate to say that this report, the one that we saw today, was produced on August 21st. That would be today at 10:21 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Well, actually, this report was created last night. I copied it to a thumb drive this morning to bring it over.
Okay. So last night you created it, but this morning at 10:21 a.m. you sent that out, correct?
Well, I brought it on a thumb drive and gave it to the attorney, and that's probably when he copied. I gave it to him a few minutes before that.
Okay, understood. And just to be clear, this was not the first report that you produced, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay, and I'm going to show opposing counsel. It's already been previously marked as 373. May I approach the witness? Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness. Sir, I want you to take a look at this case proposed 373. Take a quick minute, flip through it, and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, it looks like the original PowerPoint or the original presentation that was prepared.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that original report, is that correct?
Yes, it
At
is.
this time, we ask that the state's proposed 373 be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir. So let's do this. I want to pick up where he left off at the end. So when we look at the end of your presentation, and we get to slides 15 and 16, 15 says celebrate locations, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And then this one focuses on media locations, is that correct?
Well, it focuses on all the locations from 2022 that were on the phone.
Well, it's specifying media locations.
They were all media locations.
Okay. And that is with respect to Mr. Tellis's phone that was forensically downloaded, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now,
If we could cue over to the Elmo. Thank you. So this is, as we can see here, that's marked as slide 14, correct? And it
Yes.
says Celebrate locations, is that right?
Yes.
When we turn to this slide, you were providing us a range of history from 2009 to 2022, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And each one of those orange dots symbolizes location data being spit out by that phone that's contained on the forensic download of the phone. Would that be correct?
Correct, yes.
And just to be clear, when we look at this map, that's not all of Las Vegas. It's just a section of Las Vegas, correct?
Correct.
And it's the section of Las Vegas that contains the defendant's house. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't know if you know that or not, but at least it contains Spanish Steps. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Were you aware that's where the defendant lived?
I learned it in the last couple of days.
Okay. It includes an address of Bronze Circle, and you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with me that potentially is well, it's not potentially, it is the victim's home in this case.
I'll take your word.
All right. And it also includes, I believe, well, it doesn't have any Planet Fitness landmarks on this slide, correct?
Correct.
And so that is a 13-year snapshot of this section of the city regarding location data found on that phone.
Correct.
Let's talk about location data for a second on a phone. If you, for example, if you send a phone, if you take a picture on a phone, sometimes phones will actually capture where exactly you took that picture, correct?
Yes, most modern phones will capture the latitude, longitude, sometimes the altitude of where the photo was taken.
And so when phones are, for example, created on a phone and that's captured in Celebrite, you can capture location data showing, oh, I can see where, that would be a plot point potentially, correct?
Correct.
But apps are a way that location data can be generated from a Celebrite download, correct?
Well, apps can generate location and be stored on the phone, and then Celebrite would download that app location.
So for example, like Waze, the app Waze,
correct.
Right? It shows you which way to go. You can turn on your location services, and then if you had turned it on and your phone is downloaded, Celebrite could collect what Waze following you, correct?
Correct.
Google Maps is the same way, correct?
Yes.
I mean, even like Chick-fil-A can follow. We'd like to know where you are. You can tell Chick-fil-A, hey, you can follow me anytime I'm walking around, correct?
There's a million apps that will follow people, yes.
So the owner of the phone has a lot of control over who's watching, where they're going with their phone, because they control turning on location information, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so all you're doing is trying to see what location information was left, right?
Correct.
And when we look at a 13-year snapshot of Mr. Tellis' phone, we get all those dots for that section, correct?
Yes.
This slide was not in the newest presentation, correct?
No, the newest presentation I was requested, since there is quite a bit of data, narrow it down to 2022, and that's what I did.
Understood. So the answer to my question was no. This slide was not in the new presentation, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, so now let's turn to the original report. Let's go to slide 16. Sir, if you could, please read the header of the slide.
August 1 through 31st, 2022, no locations.
No locations. So if I'm understanding this slide correctly, you decided to look at how much location data is on Mr. Tellis' phone for the month of August of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Your map focuses on Bronze Circle as well as his house, correct?
Correct.
And there's not a single plot point, correct?
Correct.
When we look at the 13 years, there's tons of plot points, right?
Yes.
But the month of August, dead silent.
Correct.
Sir, an owner of the phone has the ability to turn off location information, correct?
That is correct. You can turn off location history at any point.
And you don't just have the power to turn off a particular app. You can literally just turn the phone off and then it goes dark, right?
If you turn the phone off, then it will not record anything.
So if you want to go to Bronze Circle, but you don't want someone to see you, you can simply just turn off the phone, right?
That is possible, yes.
You could go through every single one of your apps that have location information, and you could turn those off as well if you wanted to leave your phone on, right?
That is correct.
The power is in the holder of the phone, correct?
Yes,
And this is Mr. Tellis's phone.
yes.
And that month, and here's the thing, when you reviewed this case, do you know the day that Mr. Gehrman died?
I have no idea, sir.
Okay, so if I told you it was September 2nd, you have no reason to dispute that.
No, I don't. I don't know the date.
Okay, but just to be clear, the month before Mr. Gehrman dies, he's got no location data on his phone
That's correct.
for that area.
Correct.
So, I want to turn back to, could we cue over to his like modern presentation than the most recent one? Thank you. All right, so let's look at, sorry, I'm getting confused looking at this presentation thing here. All right, so the 702-533-1858. You reviewed the subscriber information on this, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and just to be clear, 702-533-1858, according to the T-Mobile records, the subscriber is Robert Tellis, correct?
correct, yes.
Okay. So when you looked at the cell phone records and the pen register, it was all affiliated with Mr. Tellis's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When we look at this slide here, August 1st through August 16th, when we look at this information, again, these are just plot points of the phone interacting with a tower. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, this does not deal with September 2nd. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And also, just to be clear, if I didn't want to interact with a tower, so when we look at historical records, isn't it true that when you see the tower data, that's because of if a phone called, let's say a phone called my phone, and I picked it up and I answered it, that connection using a cell tower pops up in the record, right?
That is correct, yes.
You would agree with me that if I turn my phone off, there's not going to be a plot point of where my phone is because my phone is not talking to a cell tower, correct?
No, if you turn your phone off, there would be a record of a call coming in, going to voicemail, and there would not be a cell tower.
Right, so when we look at, if we look at August 1st through August 16th, and we see like Bronze Circle, there doesn't appear to be a tower that the phone is interacting, right?
Correct.
But let's just say if I turned off my phone and I went to Bronze Circle, it doesn't matter how many times someone calls me, it's never going to show up in the records, right?
Correct.
Because I controlled whether or not someone could see me through that tower information, right?
If you turn it off, there will be no record, yes.
Right, because the holder of the phone controls the information, right? In terms of tower data, right?
Well,
Put it another way. If I don't want any tower records of my movement, all I have to do is hit the power button and turn it off, right?
yes, you can turn it off, and then there would be no record on any record from the phone company.
So all of the information that we get to this is tied to whether or not the holder of the phone wants to keep his phone on or off, correct?
These is showing all the times that the phone is on,
So the
period.
answer to my question is what? It all depends on whether or not the holder of the phone wants to have his location data out there, right?
Well, it depends on whether the owner of the phone wants to have communications with the phone.
Correct. And if Mr. Tellis didn't want to have his communication out there, he could simply turn it off, and you wouldn't be able to see the movement of his phone as it interacts with towers because it can't, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, during this month of August, at least for this 2-week period, there's no tower interaction near Brown Circle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, similarly, we see this is the same logic, right? So you've got these pings, but it's dependent on the phone being on to communicate with those towers. Is that right?
Yes.
Moving on to slide 5. This is kind of a tower near Planet Fitness, correct? So this is on 8/5. So this is not the day of the murder, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know the date of the
It's
murder.
9/2, so it's not 9/2, correct?
Correct.
So we're looking at we're looking in that 2-week window in August, right?
Correct.
Okay. We're looking at 8/28. That's not on 9/2, is it?
Correct.
Let's move on. Let's talk about 9/2. So on 9.2 here, you are indicating that there are data sessions from 1:30 in the morning to 6:44, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's interacting at a cell site tower kind of nearby Spanish Steps, right?
Correct.
So this is not incoming or outgoing, is that right?
It's strictly data sessions.
Right, and I think you said, the phone acts passively, right?
It can be active or it can be passive.
And so like people go to sleep and your phone could still be communicating with a tower through a data session, would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. 6 a.m. to 6:45 to 6:50. Again, these are all data sessions, right?
Correct.
So no outgoing messages or voice calls from this phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now we're looking at, this is a very big window of time. You've got 7:09 a.m. to 3:47, is that correct?
Correct.
And it looks like you're trying to parse out what things are, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just separating the pen register data from the voice, text, and data.
And just to be clear, one of the things I saw on an earlier slide that you don't have here is you don't denote on this slide which text, if the text messages are incoming or outgoing, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't denote if the voicemail message, the voice calls are incoming or outgoing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to publish, you've read those pen registers. I'd like to publish Exhibit 345. Hold on. Let me bring this over. You're familiar with these records, correct?
Yes.
Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Hold on a second. Well, just so we can see this, this is the subscriber records, right?
Correct.
That's how we can see it's Mr. Tellis and it's over at Spanish Steps. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, so I'm now publishing the pen register records. This is what they look like, correct?
Correct.
And essentially, when we look at category A, that's kind of plotting an event, right? Or like an entry point, right? Is that correct?
Column A, I believe it's just like a case number.
Okay, thank you. Column B is the number, right?
Correct.
And that's Mr. Tellis' number, is that right?
Yes.
Column D is the date, is that true?
Correct.
And call type is whether it's a voice or a text or if it's a data session, right?
Correct.
And direction is outgoing and ingoing, correct?
Correct.
Incoming. Sir, I just want to turn your attention to the end of these registers. And just so we're clear, when we were looking at your presentation before and you were mapping out the data sessions, the incoming, well, you didn't do incoming outcome, but you had text messages and voice, that was being pulled from these records that we see here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to get to, oh, there's a glare and I can't see the scroll button, sorry. Let me. Okay, so do you see this entry point here? For the record, it's 45556. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I think you're familiar with this. Isn't it true that this is for the morning of September 2nd, this is the last outgoing text for a while. Would that be correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it's outgoing and it's at 8:48, right?
Correct, yes.
And we look at that other slide, when we look at, so when we're looking at, there it is, right? That's up at the top, right? The very first entry, that's an outgoing text message, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So let's go back to these records. So when we start to look after 8:48, you're getting tons of outgoing data, which is kind of, as you testified to, a passive function of a phone, correct?
It can be, yes.
But then you start getting text messages, right? So here's one at 9:16, right?
Correct.
That's incoming though, right?
Correct.
There's another one at 9:16:03, another incoming text, correct?
Correct.
9:16:04, an incoming text, correct?
Yes.
9:26, another incoming text, correct?
Correct.
And this phone is not responding. It's not sending an outgoing text yet. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
We have another incoming text at 9:44. Is that right?
Correct.
Another incoming text at 9:44. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We have another one. So we've got 1, 2, 3, all within 9:44:53. Incoming text after incoming text, correct?
Yeah, just to clear up, when you have the same time frame, it typically is one large message that's broken down into smaller segments, so it's not necessarily multiple messages. Just so it's clear.
Understood. And so we see this bulk, there's one message coming at 9:44, but it's not responded to immediately, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then at 10:16, we have another text message, right?
Correct, incoming.
And then 1 second later, so the first one's at 10:16:29, the next one's at 10:16:30, another text message, right?
Again, they could be separate, it could be one long message broken down.
Okay, so we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all being recorded by this phone, right?
Correct.
And there's no immediate response back, right?
Correct.
Then we see at 10:35, nearly 15 minutes later, another text message comes in, or actually nearly 20 minutes later, another text message comes in, right?
Correct.
And there's no outgoing response. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Now at 10:43, there's 2 voice calls. Isn't that right?
Incoming, correct.
Incoming. So people are now calling the phone, right?
Yes.
It's followed up by an incoming text message, right?
Correct.
We then, now we're almost at 30 minutes later, we have 2 more phone calls coming in, correct?
Correct. Again, that, I believe, is one actual call. They're within a couple seconds.
Understood. Seems to be the same number, 2 seconds off. But nonetheless, someone is calling that phone 30 minutes after those last text messages, right?
That is correct, yes.
And yet, nothing is going out of that phone. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And then we just have tons of passive outgoing data activity, getting us to about 1:20. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And once again, at 1:20, more incoming calls. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Or it might just be one call, right? Because it's at the same time, same number. Would that be fair?
Yes.
All right. And then we have just a minute and 15 seconds later, another incoming text, right?
Correct.
And then there's another incoming text 2 seconds later. Maybe it's from the same place. Who knows? But we've got another record of it. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And then we have an incoming text from a completely different number. Isn't that true?
Correct.
We have got more. So 2 more coming from that number. Isn't that right?
Again, it could be one long message or multiple messages, all incoming.
Right. But the bottom line is people keep reaching out to this phone. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And we're not seeing a response going out from this phone, are we?
Correct.
Now we get to 1:22. There's another incoming text. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And it appears to be a series from this number.
Correct.
Right? There's 3 of them here. We get another incoming text message at 1:26 from a completely different number. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And yet the phone never sends an outgoing message, does it?
Not during this time, no.
Then we move on to 2:05. Finally, we have an outgoing text. Isn't that right?
Correct.
So from 8:48 in the morning to 2:05 p.m., on the day that Mr. Gehrman is murdered, no outgoing texts are being sent from Robert Tellis' phone. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And there is not a single outgoing phone call from Mr. Tellis' phone at that time. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
Thank you. In reference to these messages, we'll keep this up. We don't know if it's actual people concerning this incoming data. It could be spam, correct?
It could be anything without looking at a cell phone extraction that has the copy of the messages or the message being saved through the phone company. It could be anything. We don't know.
Okay, so it would be speculating to say all these people are reaching out and trying to get a hold of this person during this period of time and he's just not responding. Fair to say?
Again, all we know is that messages are coming into the phone. Some of these are multiple. It could be one longer message broken down. Who they're coming from without checking the numbers and see who that person is, I have no idea.
So again, and you had said multiple times during cross, this could just be a large message. It doesn't mean that multiple times a person's trying to submit or transfer information.
Yeah, text messages are SMS, short message service. They go in small increments, 160 characters. So on your phone, you can type a long letter. When you hit send for transmission purposes, that gets broken down into 160 characters segments and transmitted. So on the records, you see multiple messages, but it's actually one long message. So these can be one or they could be multiple.
Okay, so again, to make the characterization, these are multiple times during this time, it's not particularly accurate. It could be one long message, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And I moved this up courtesy, but I'd like to address the last slide, please. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. We could bring this up. Turn your attention to the 2022 media locations, and previously there was a number of questions carrying a longer span of time, 2009 to 2022.
Correct.
This was just to focus your attention on the year in question, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
Your conclusions are the same.
Yes, they are.
There's been no material difference whatsoever between your previous report and this report.
Correct. Just the previous one was a longer time frame with more clutter with data.
And obviously we were interested in an efficient presentation and a more focused presentation, fair to say?
Correct.
Your opinion has not changed whatsoever.
No, it's the same.
Your conclusions have not changed whatsoever.
No, they have not.
There have been several questions concerning this, and I submit to you, it's speculation, you'd be in a better space to sell, but where a person's turning off this media location data and trying to hide their movements. Remember that line of questions?
Yes.
There was questions they could turn their phone off and they could somehow thwart being found or discovered.
Correct.
Fair to say, like they're trying to hide their locations. In this slide, and it's slide 16, this was the last slide that we were addressing for the 2022 media locations. You see in the top left corner, there's the box.
Yes.
If you could explain to us the significance of that box that's in this report.
Yeah, it basically is just telling you that all of the media on the upper left box all occurred in January. So when we narrow it down to 1 year, it's easier to categorize how many locations are for each specific month. So those are all dated in January, and then after January, there are no media locations in that area.
Okay, so again, it appears consistent. It's not like this month of August, we have someone turning off their media locations on their phone. It appears that after January, we have February, March, April, May, June, all the way down, there's zero.
Correct.
From that location.
Correct.
Same question concerning the bottom.
Again,
The
that's
bottom
just,
box.
yeah,
You could
there was
please
just,
explain.
there was just one media location found in September. The other months, there was no location found in that area on the phone.
Same question on the right, the middle box right here.
Again,
Middle of the
it's-
screen to the right. Again,
It's-
if you could please go through the months and explain the significance of that.
Yeah. Again, looking at the media location for the entire year, there was only one media that had location in March in that area. The other months, there was no location whatsoever on the phone.
Again, much to do about nothing. I mean, this shows that apparently the media location part of the cell phone was not being utilized.
Well, media location is when you actually take a photograph. Someone takes a photograph. The phone didn't have any other locations stored on it, such as Google locations or from apps or from any other source whatsoever. So the lack of location, there just wasn't any on the phone. And there are phones that don't store a whole lot of locations.
Okay, so obviously fair to say that based upon your experience in this area, people change their cell phones. People purchase new ones.
Yes, and then each model and each make stores data differently. Some store more locations. It depends what apps you use on your phone. Some will store more locations, others don't. The accuracy of the location can vary tremendously. So there's a lot of issues to take into account.
If I were to tell you that there was evidence, and obviously you weren't called upon to give an opinion concerning that, concerning newspaper articles, concerns in May. Again, looking at this analysis of these three for the media locations, we don't see anything going on in May, do we?
No, we don't.
We don't see anything going on in June, July, August, correct?
Correct.
We do have down here at the lower location, a media location concerning September of 1.
Correct.
Fair to say that based upon your analysis of this phone, there's not a change. It's consistent basically month in to month out, perhaps except for January of 2022.
Yes, it is pretty consistent throughout the year that there's not a whole lot of locations stored on the phone.
And again, the change in the report isn't material. Doesn't concern your conclusions. It's just to make the presentation simpler.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any recross?
I do. There's Mark. Please. One more thing. Sir, you remember at the beginning of cross-examination or redirect examination, you were asked a question about substantively what's going on with those text messages. And I think you said, oh, you might have to speculate. You'd really need to look into Celebrate and study the messages, correct?
If you want to get the content, whether it's one long message or multiple small messages, yes.
And just to be clear, you did look at the content of the text messages on this phone as part of your work, isn't that correct?
No, sir. That wasn't one of the items that was requested of me.
Okay. I'm showing opposing counsel, which is marked Exhibit 375. Thank you. May I approach? Sir, do you recognize what I'm about to hand you? This is Stage Proposed 375.
Yes.
Okay. Please take a look at both pages.
Yeah, this is a report that I wrote back on August 17th.
You wrote that. That's a fair and accurate depiction of your report?
It is.
Okay, and you prepared that in conjunction with producing the original PowerPoint presentation that I kind of had and showed you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for admission of Stage Proposed 375.
You can approach me.
Permission to publish. Can we cue over to the Elmo? Thank you so much. Publishing Exhibit 375. All right, sir. So we can see that okay?
Yes.
All right. So that's dated August 17th, correct?
Correct.
And you state in here that you were requested to analyze pen register records, correct?
Correct.
You also compared this IMSI to the IMSI shown on Mr. Tellis' Celebrite extraction, correct?
Correct.
And you kind of indicate that the phone was associated with, the number we've been talking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were provided a Celebrite download of Mr. Tellis' phone, isn't that right?
Correct, yes.
You just testified that you did not review the content of any text messages. You did just tell us that on cross-examination, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I want to show you now page 2. Sir, do you see these 3 entry points here?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that comes from Celebrite?
Yes, it does.
Doesn't that provide the content of the text messages?
Yes, and in this report, if you read it in its entirety, I'm just trying to confirm the time zone for the pen register, which is the whole reason for the report.
Sir, you said you didn't look at any text messages on the Celebrite download that had their content. You did testify to that just 2 minutes ago on cross-examination, recross, right?
Yes, I did not review the content of the message. I was looking at the date and time.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't study it, but you literally captured content, correct?
Yes,
And you put it in this email, correct?
in this report, yes.
Okay, and so just to be clear, you had the text messages, the content at your disposal, right, for the day of 9/2, isn't that right?
Yes,
Okay, so I know you say, well, I could be speculating, but the bottom line is, if you had wanted to, you could have just scrolled through and looked to see if it's spam or if it's substantive, isn't that right? You could have, right?
if that had been a request made of me, I would have done it. However, I do work with what I'm requested to do.
I understand that. At this time, we're going to approach with stage proposed 374. May I approach? So I want you to take a look at this for a second. I know that you didn't prepare this, but are you familiar roughly with what you're looking at here, like what this is?
Timeline, yes, from the Celebrite extraction. Yes, I'm familiar with those. I've seen them many times.
Okay, and I'm going to turn your attention to page 5, entries 12, 13, and 14. Based off of your cover letter that we just looked at, are you familiar with what you're looking at there?
Yeah, those are the 3 that I copied on my report.
Okay, does this appear to be a timeline extraction from Mr. Tellis's phone?
Correct, yes.
This appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of data extracted from that phone from that day.
The report looks like a typical timeline report that I've seen. I'm assuming nothing was left out of it, so it appears to be a timeline report.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask that stage proposed 374 be admitted.
Any objections?
We could approach, please.
Sure. No objection, it's admitted.
So, you know what? If I could, I'm going to remove this staple just to make it a little easier to read. No, I'll just leave it. Well, may I approach for a second? So I want to show you page 2. This first entry point's kind of obscured, but they have categories here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for example, this appears to be the 4th entry. There's a 4, but the staple seems to be blocking the numbers. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. looking at this here, this entry here is from, if you could tell us, what time in the morning is that coming from?
1:31, or excuse me, 1:21 and 31 seconds a.m.
And if you look at this category here in the third column, what is it denoting?
Incoming?
And if the second column is telling us what type of data this is?
Yes, it's
And then
email.
for this entry, what is it?
Email.
All right. So let's, whoop, did I just turn that off? Of course I broke the overhead. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Turning to page 5. If you could, just, focus these pips. Not having much luck here. Okay. Looking at this entry at the top of the page, if you could tell me, what is the date and time there?
8:47 a.m.
Is this incoming or outgoing?
It looks like an incoming text message.
Okay, and it's categorized as an instant message, is that right?
Yes.
Who is the message from? I don't know if you can read it.
The phone number.
Actually, at this point, I would object. This has been admitted through a different witness. It was admitted absent objection. He was not called upon to read the contents of these. That was covered by law enforcement. So, again, this is out of the scope of the direct. It's been addressed by the state. And it's
I don't know why we're doing a speaking objection. If you'd like to approach, we can. So, at 8:47, who sends Mr. Tellis a text message?
It's from 702-672-8556, and the name on the contacts is Olivia Tellis.
Okay, so that's at 8:47, and the request is what?
The message, what it
Yeah.
says?
Yep.
Can I go to croquet club today? It ends around 4.
All right, I'd like to read the next entry. How quickly is there a response? What's the time of the response, sir?
8:48 and 6 seconds a.m.
So the owner of the phone responds, is that correct? Based on this entry. It's from who? Olivia Tellis or the owner?
From the owner of the phone to Olivia Tellis.
And what's the answer?
Okay, go ahead.
So within a minute, the owner of the phone responds, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you could read the next incoming instant message. Is this from Olivia again?
It's from Olivia at 8:48 and 19 seconds a.m.
Okay. And then there's a response, right? All right, thank you, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now we see there's another incoming email, is that right?
Correct.
At the top of this document, do we see another incoming email?
Correct.
I'm going to try to maybe zoom out just a little bit to make it a little bit easier. Now we see entry number 17. This is a lot easier to see over here. Entry number 17. There is another incoming instant message, correct?
Correct.
We have, and it appears to be maybe like almost like a spam message or something like that, correct?
I haven't read it, so
Okay.
I can take the time to read it if you like.
It's okay. Looking at entry 18, it's another incoming message, is that correct?
Correct.
It's from Macy's, is that right?
So again, I haven't read these, so I can sit down and read them to answer
Okay.
your questions.
Again, I object to his reading the messages. I mean, he was not brought in for that purpose. It was the location.
Are you gonna have a roof?
No, I'm trying to just move it along. Isn't it true it says Macy's on there?
Again, sir, I haven't read them, so I don't know what it says.
Sir, I
can
understand,
take the
but
time
the
to read
image
them
is
if you
right in
like.
front. I understand that, but the image is right in front of you.
Okay, so would you like me to read it? I haven't
Sure.
read the message.
Go ahead.
Well, number 17, I don't see Macy's on there.
Sir, it's entry 18.
Oh, I think you were talking about 17.
No, it just says, it appears to be like a Macy's spam text, correct? Okay, you get
Yes.
25 to 6% off, right? Something like that. Additionally, entry number 19, there seems to be another incoming instant message, isn't that right?
Yes, they're actually just native messages, not instant messages.
Okay, and I was only basing that off of this column here saying instant message. What's the difference between native message and instant message?
Native messages are when you use your phone's native text message application. Instant messages typically are associated with iPhones, where one iPhone communicates with another iPhone, and the message goes through Apple. For Celebrite purposes, they bunch them all together under the category instant messages. But again, if you look at the source, it says native messages.
And to be clear, Mr. Tells' phone is a Google Pixel phone, isn't that right?
Correct.
All right. Moving on to page 7. There seems to be a text message incoming from a number. Can you please read out what that number is?
Okay, can you pull
Sure,
it down just a
I
little bit?
apologize, yeah.
Okay, it's another message incoming.
Okay. It indicates that it's a pending assignment, is that correct?
It says caseworker pending assignments. Again, I haven't read the message.
Moving here, there's another, the next one is what, an email that comes in?
An email, correct.
We have another incoming message from 855-712-0964, is that correct?
Correct.
We have another incoming text message from 702-858-1693, is that right?
Correct.
There then is a second message from the exact same number, isn't that right?
I'm sorry, I'm seeing
Entry
one.
number 24 appears to be a second native message from 702-858-1693. Is that correct?
Well, they're dated at the same time, so I believe it's the same message we're looking at.
Okay.
There's two
There's two
images.
entry I'll put it this way. There's 2 entry points on this report, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And then there appears to be a call, is that correct? An incoming call.
Correct. There's an incoming call.
And what is the significance of the 00000?
There was no duration on the call, so someone that called and
Not picked up.
not picked up.
Moving to page 9. Now we're at about 10:49 a.m. Apparently we have an incoming email, is that correct?
Correct.
We have another incoming call, correct, at 11:16.
Yes.
Again, it has the 000, so that means that call wasn't answered, isn't that right?
Not answer correct.
We have another incoming email from Samsung, is that right?
Yes.
That's at 11:30 in the morning?
11:28.
11:28, I'm sorry. Moving on to page 9. Appears to be some type of calendar entry. Moving to entry number 30, there's another incoming email, is that correct?
Correct.
That appears to be coming from Peacock or NBC, would that be fair?
Yes.
Peacock TV, right, isn't that their subscriber, they're like the streaming service. There's a calendar appointment that pops up here, is that right?
Correct.
We have a user account, something regarding Clark County SharePoint, is that right?
Correct.
We have another incoming call coming in at 1:20:29, isn't that right?
Yes.
Is that phone call answered?
Not in the Celebrite report, no.
Okay. By 1:20, there's another call log at 1:21, is that right?
I can't see that far down.
Understood. Sorry.
Yes, there's the call at 121.
Okay. And there's an instant message that's incoming as well, is that right?
Correct.
And it's at 1:21:50, is that right?
Correct.
Turning page 11. We have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
As of 1:21:53, we have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
At 1:22:37, we have another incoming text message.
Correct.
At 1:26, we have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
And then at 2:05, we have an outgoing text message, correct?
I can't see the bottom of the
Sorry
page.
about that. We have an outgoing text message at that point, right?
At 2:05, yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, that first text message comes in from that number, 702-325-2821 at 1:26, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And we don't get a response until 2:05 p.m., isn't that right?
Yes,
Responding
correct.
to that same number, isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions to this witness.
I can have that.
Sure.
Mr. O'Gara, there have been a number of questions concerning the events of September 2nd, where the state had asked you that people kept trying to reach out to Mr. Tellis and that there was no response, correct?
Correct.
Remember the testimony that you had given that these could have been automated? That
Correct.
could be data texts, things of that nature.
Correct.
That's pretty much confirmed what you had said, has it not?
Yes, a lot of those seem to be junk.
They're junk,
Yes.
automated junk, fair to say?
Yes.
So again, that he's trying to be reached out and he's not responding because he's supposedly, or the inference is he's doing something nefarious. How often do you respond to junk messages?
I don't. I just put them in the junk folder and delete.
So it's fair to say on the morning and early afternoon of September 2nd, he was receiving a lot of junk messages
It appears that way, yes.
and he wasn't responding to them, correct?
Correct.
So that's consistent with what your testimony has been.
Yes.
If I could have this brought up, it's currently on the laptop, it's the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint, please. And this will go back to the jury. Again, this just confirms there was a bunch of junk messages they were receiving on that morning.
Correct. You were asked to review the phone contents and the activity to determine a pattern of behavior. Fair to say? A pattern of locations where the phone is located at various times.
Correct. And the testimony and the data that you've been provided has been consistent with that request.
Correct.
There are a number of questions concerning the gym based upon your review of August at least. There was activity, the location activity, which is what you're testifying today concerning.
Yes.
It's consistent. There were visits to that gym.
Yes, the gym is definitely a location where the phone could have been.
And on September 2nd, 2022, about noon, there was the data that you reviewed was consistent with that phone being in the area.
Correct.
In reference to the media locations, again, we were asked concerning the media locations, the significance of that. There was these inferences that somehow he was turning off his phone to avoid detection. It appears that for the year of 2022, these media locations concerning your analysis of the phone were fairly consistent. I mean, we have a
Yes.
big month in January.
Yes, the media locations are consistent, and as far as the phone being on or off, we have a lot of different records that show activity on the phone through the pen register, the various T-Mobile mediation, data sessions, timing events. So when you have activity recorded with tower information, the phone is typically on. So you can have a gap in calls made. It doesn't mean the phone is turned off. That's a big assumption to make.
Okay, in fact, on the lower location, the middle location, we actually have a media location, data location on one in September, correct?
Correct.
The month that this crime is alleged to have occurred, fair to say?
Correct.
Whereas the other months, we don't have anything.
Correct.
And if we were to follow this line of reasoning that this was turned off to hide some activity, that would kind of contradict that idea, wouldn't it?
Yes. With that theory, it was off on the previous months when nothing was going on.
And again, concerning the contents of these messages that we have received, there is nothing that you have reviewed or you're aware of that the actions on this phone, this receipt of these automated messages was in any way inconsistent with other months. You weren't asked to review that, were you?
No, it was not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One brief question based off that last.
Okay. So you remember how he asked you about, let's talk about that theory if the phone is turned off, would these text messages be inconsistent with that? And you had indicated yes, correct?
That is consistent with it being
It'd
off?
be inconsistent.
Inconsistent, correct.
Right. But it would be consistent if you just left your phone at home, right?
Yeah, again, all I testify is where the phone is. I'm not testifying as to who had the phone.
Right. Because if you left your phone on in your house, you could go wherever you needed to go, and no one would be able to track your movements through your phone, correct?
Correct.
And additionally, people could still be trying to reach out to you, right?
In theory, you could, yes.
Right, so you picture, messages from your daughter could still show up on your phone. Messages from your wife could still show up, or calls from your wife could still show up on the phone, right?
Correct.
But if you're not at home, you're not able to answer any of those messages, correct?
That would be correct.
And just to be clear, when we look at his phone from 8:48 to 2:05, there's nothing outgoing from Mr. Tellis's phone on the day that Mr. Gehrman is murdered. Isn't that correct?
That is correct,
No
yes.
further questions.
Just in response, but the majority of those messages were automated.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Received a question from a juror. It's been marked as Court's Exhibit number 18. Is there any methods of taking photos with the cell phone that would not show up on a media location map?
Sir, can you repeat that one more time?
Is there any methods of taking photos with a cell phone that would not show up on a media location map?
Yes. Yeah, there definitely is ways. If you turn the location services off on your cell phone, then you can take photographs and no location will be recorded. So the media locations are only active when your location services are turned on.
Any follow-up from the defense? The state?
Yeah, just very briefly. And you're familiar of the term the cloud, right?
Correct.
And you're also familiar with caches, correct?
Correct.
And so you could, for example, take a photograph, I don't know, I'm standing here, but you could take a picture using your camera. Maybe you could delete it, but it could go up into the cloud and it still may be captured, correct?
You can take a photograph and go up to the cloud, store it there, and you can delete it from your phone and still be stored on the cloud.
And it may not, when it's up in the cloud, it may not have, for example, location data. Would that be accurate?
It depends on which cloud service you're using. Some will strip location out of it, some leave it on there.
And sometimes if images get stored in a cache pathway, that also may not have the location information. Would that be fair?
Well, images in a cache file are temporary images. Those will never have location on them.
Okay. So it can be like you took a picture, maybe you could delete that picture, but it was cached, so it's stored away over there. So you're not going to have location information, but at some point that image was in that phone. Would that be fair?
I want to make sure we're talking the same language.
Sure.
When a phone takes an image, takes a photograph, you create one original image, and then you're going to find multiple smaller versions on either a cache file or in other directories of the phone, because the phone will utilize different size images. So only one is an original with latitude, longitude. The others are copies that typically don't have any metadata with regards to location.
Right. So if you found an image in a Celebrite report, and it says the pathway comes from a cache, you would agree that that's not the original image. That's just a stored away, maybe smaller image that was produced by that phone at some point. Would that be correct?
Yeah, a cache file can be a smaller image of the phone, or it could be if you go on a website, it stores images from a website. So those are all going to cache files.
Good example like Google Maps, right? If you go to Google Maps, it might cache the images that you're looking at, maybe when you're in Street View. Would that be fair?
When you go on any online service,
So that includes
it would
Google
create cache images. And again, those would not have any location information, would not have date that it was taken. They're just images. Again, if they're from a website, and they're just stored in the temporary cache files.
And a lot of times with those cached images, they may have in Celebrite an indication that they're modified versus maybe an original image, it might say created. Would that be correct?
No,
Okay.
that created, modified, and accessed have nothing to do with when they were taken.
Okay.
Those dates are only when they're written to the internal memory or when they're looked at in the internal memory. The date that a photograph is taken is stored in the metadata as a date captured.
Okay, so the key is look to see that pathway. If it's cached, you're probably not going to have location services. Is that correct?
On a cache file, you will not.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, Jim. Turning your attention to what's on the screen concerning this media locations app. Again, the questions concerning whether it was on or off. We're making assumptions. Are you able to give any opinion as to whether that was on or off, or there just wasn't use of the media locations aspect of this phone?
No, all we can tell from this is that in January, September, and March, there were images that had locations. Again, the other months, there's none to speculate that it was location services turned off or something else. It's speculation.
It's nothing more, speculation, and there's no indication of any intent based upon the review of the user or the owner based upon your review of this information before you.
No, not based on just this records alone.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else for this witness? Mr. Hamner, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here
Thank you.
today. Please step down. You are excused from your subpoena. At this time, we're going to recess for lunch. During this recess, you are admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. And we'll start again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. All rise to make your
Spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Nicole Lofton, Nichole. Lofton is Lofton.
Thank you. Ms. Lofton, do you know Robert Tullis?
I do.
You see him seated here in council table?
I do.
Is he the gentleman with the fine hair or the bald gentleman?
The bald gentleman.
How long have you known him?
Since 2021.
2021. Did you work at the public administrator's office?
I did.
When did you begin work there?
May of 21.
he hired you.
He did.
When you began your employee at the public administrator's office, how many employees were there?
I think our group may have been 9.
And what was the environment like when you began?
Well, I'll just start with Rob, and it was very inviting. He was gave me a day one tour of the office, kind of a lay of what would we be doing, and a little bit about how the office was ran. Introduced me to the staff, which included the lead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay. That included the lead, which was the, I forget what the title was, but she was basically the primary not investigator, but the primary, I'm so sorry. She was the person kind of over our group. And then there was the assistant public administrator and investigators, kind of a woman that ran the shop, so to speak. And then there was another couple of people across the street that warehouse people. So over the first couple of days, that's kind of how he introduced me to the department.
And what was the general location of the public administrator's office?
It's across the street from Valley and UMC Hospital. I forget the address, I'm sorry.
Okay, then you're not being asked to recall that. What was your position at the public administrator's office?
Probate administrator.
And what did your duties include to be the probate administrator?
So I was responsible for what I would call my book of work assigned by Rob, and it involved receiving cases of decedents, people who passed away in the county, and basically handling their estates. Most of our decedents' families were either not reached immediately or didn't have the capacity to handle a probate themselves.
Okay.
So we had small estate probates that would kind of entail a nominal bank account, a couple of $1,000s, and no real property. And then we had some of the larger cases that involved real property and businesses and other assets that needed to be dissolved.
Did you work at the office full-time?
I did.
Did there come a point in time where there was news of articles, talk of articles coming out that were authored by Jeff Garman?
Probably about a year into my tenure there.
Okay. Would that have been about May 2022?
Approximately.
After the first of these series, and are you aware that there were 4 articles?
I am.
After these articles began to be published or to be known in the office, did you observe any expression of anger from Mr. Tellis?
No.
Was it fair to say that it was business as usual from the time that you started up until and through that time?
As far as business is concerned, absolutely.
Okay, and then you're getting to my next question. Did there appear to be a divide upon in the office once you started working there?
Yes.
And what was this divide? You said immediately. Please continue.
Correct. So I don't know at what point I brought it to Rob's attention, but I definitely felt a lot of tension in the office and kind of on my own, other than the training that I was receiving from Rob, some coaching or just kind words from one of the other administrators. But the majority of the staff was upset that it seemed as if they were upset that I was there. And I had to go back as in discussions with my husband and recall, like, we were coming out of COVID, and I started thinking, I was like, did I interview not in person. I knew that part of it. But I said, wasn't I on camera on Zoom? And because I remember there was some technical difficulties. So I don't remember whether or not the cameras were completely working. I do remember having seen the majority of the people on the panel, but I don't really know that they saw me. And so I kind of immediately within the first month felt like now I'm here and they see me, a little bit taken back by whom he had hired.
Okay, when you say whom, you're talking about Robert Tellis.
Yes.
Did there ever come a point in time where you were told basically you had to choose sides?
Yes, pretty early on. One of the administrators, Alicia,
Alicia,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. I mean,
her identity? I mean,
you're just gonna ask her who it was?
yes.
Okay, you can ask her.
Was it Alicia Goodwin?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And not, without getting into what she said, but basically this idea you felt like you had to take sides.
Yes.
And the sides would either be on the side of Alicia Goodwin and others or Robert Tellis?
Correct.
Did that cause stress to you?
It did.
How did it impact you?
I just felt uncomfortable choosing between, I had been a supervisor before, so I felt uncomfortable choosing the staff members over my supervisor. Didn't have enough information to make a decision on one side or the other. I just wanted to do the work.
Understood.
And it just became increasingly harder to do the work because I refused to choose.
And did it appear that your desire to do the work matched that of Robert Tellis's desires?
Yes.
Just to do the work?
Correct.
Now, in order to avoid hearsay or to draw objections, in reference to this pick sides, we had Mr. Tellis on one side, we had Ms. Goodwin on the other. Who else was on this other side?
Rita Reed, Noreen, and I apologize, I don't want to butcher her last name. Jessica, at some point, joined that side. She wasn't there initially. Initially, she was kind of helpful when I would have property come into the warehouse. One person who was day one was, I think her name was Janie, sorry. And she was the office admin, but she was day one nasty.
And was it after your understanding that there was a desire that you should pick sides, did these articles then that were authored by Jeff Gehrman follow this?
Months later.
Months later. And you would testify that after these articles came out, you didn't see Mr. Tellis angry?
I did not.
You didn't see him throwing things, slamming things as a result of these articles, or anything else for that matter?
I did not.
Did he ever act hostile towards yourself or any other people?
No.
As part of your duties, did you ever go with Mr. Tellis to estates that were being overseen by the Public Administrator's Office?
I did.
And if you could please describe for us what this entailed. What did you do with him?
So most of the time, it would involve real property. And so we would meet with the brokers assigned to, that had been charged with selling the property, or someone who was going to do a soft or even harder than a soft renovation. So we would meet at the property most of the time because I didn't have access to a county car. We would ride together, and then we would get out and we'd kind of walk through the property. We've already seen photos and such, so it wasn't long visits. It was just pretty quick. Mr. Tellis, or Rob, as I called him, was pretty familiar with what he wanted, what would generally be accepted by families as far as the level of work that would be done. And sometimes they wouldn't be in a condition where you could stay in there very long. Some of the real property had decedents, unfortunately, who passed away in the homes. So it wasn't something that you would feel comfortable staying long periods of time in.
So what you're saying is some of these properties were in a fair amount of disrepair. They weren't kept.
Either that is correct, or just the smell. Sometimes you would have the smell from, decaying human waste.
Human waste.
Yeah.
So if I understand your testimony, these homes or these structures would be unoccupied with homeless people coming into them, things like that?
No, not so much that they had been squatted on. Just someone, it's a pretty common phenomenon for someone elderly to pass away in a recliner.
Now I understand.
So we
Okay.
come in, even though the person is gone, that recliner with human waste on it is still there. The smell from it or the stench from it is still in the home on these initial visits.
Now, these homes, generally the person that would pass, they didn't have a will, they died, I think the legal term is intestate,
Correct.
and there was a desire by yourself to prepare these homes and to move them so the heirs could receive monies from the passing of a loved one.
That was the absolute intent.
And did you share this absolute intent with Robert Tellis?
I did. I learned it from him.
About how many of these home sites did you walk with Rob Tellis?
I would say at the time that I left, I had had done maybe 30 to 40 cases, and I would say about half of those had real property attached to them.
Okay, so a substantial number.
Correct.
Over at least about a 1 year period or more?
Year and a half.
Were you familiar with his gait? The way he walked?
Pretty much.
If I could turn your attention to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 338. May I publish this? I didn't break it.
Your Honor, may I have the
Not sure why.
I wanted to show you just a video clip, and we're trying to get it up on the overhead screen.
Guys, just, so pull that up and then hold it and slide it to the right. It's pretending as if the monitor to your right is connected to your computer.
Hey, give me 1 second.
It is actually.
So then how,
So kind of on the.
You're
top
welcome
of
to.
it.
yeah, I've never,
No, I could have a.
so let's do it this way.
Magic. You're welcome. Hold on. I just. Here. If you can. There you go.
Thank you very much.
So you're going to use that screen bubble? No. So you'll have to use the mouse pad over there and move your cursor. You'll have to watch that screen. It's like they're connected.
Here we go. All right. You've seen this clip, I'm assuming?
I have.
Okay, I'm going to play this for you. You testified that you're familiar with Rob Tellis's gait, the way he walks.
Yes,
Are you able to say that that's him?
I am not.
You don't look at that gait and go, that's Robert Tellis.
I haven't. I've looked at it before and I did not come to that conclusion.
like I said, we're not getting into the substance of conversations, but did you know a gentleman by the name of Zach Schilling?
I did.
Who was he and what did he do?
He was a real estate agent. I'm not sure if he's an actual broker, but a real estate agent on a few of my cases.
Okay. Was there, fair to say, a falling out between him and Mr. Tellis?
I would say between him and myself, which I brought to Mr. Tellis's attention. I wasn't aware that it went further than, or if he had anything separate from me, but for sure, I brought some concerns to Mr. Tellis's attention.
And was that concerning the way in which he treated the property?
Personal property, yes.
Not, did you?
And some of the conversations he called me about and had.
Okay. And as a result of, let me ask you this, do you feel like he misused property or misappropriated property?
I feel like something went missing, and he never gave an explanation for it.
And then you brought that to Mr. Tellis's attention?
I did.
And is it fair to say then that Mr. Schilling basically didn't have any more listings or he wasn't involved anymore concerning the moving of these estates to get the monies to the heirs?
I would say as far as at some point, the office kind of broke off from supervision, so I wasn't privy to what the other person's caseloads were, so I don't know if they were continuing to use him, but I know the people, I want to say, on our side were not using him any longer.
And when you say your side...
And I hadn't seen him in the office, which is not common. If you're working on cases, you see the brokers quite often.
So after this issue that you had with him concerning the disposal of decedent's property, and after bringing this to the attention of Mr. Tellis, your side of the office wasn't using him anymore?
Correct.
And your side of the office, meaning you, Mr. Tellis, and others, fair to say?
Fair.
And those on the other side of the office, who would those people to be? Are they the same ones that you had stated?
Yes.
They were using him?
I don't know. I
don't
wasn't
know.
privy to their cases.
Following these articles that were authored by Mr. Gehrman, did you ever witness any retaliation on the part of Mr. Tellis to anyone in the office?
No.
And is that and that would have been, the time of these articles was May of 2022 until Mr. Tellis no longer being there. Was it consistent, no retaliation?
Yeah, and in fact, it was quite the opposite. I was asking for things, and I'm sorry, I'm a tear up.
Understood.
I was asking for things, and because of these articles and the treatment or what he expected to get as a result of these articles, how he was expected to be treated, he kept asking me to just wait. And having been new to the county, I wasn't familiar with the process. I was asking people, and I wasn't getting a lot of answers as to how to handle the bullying. So it was quite the opposite. It wasn't that he was doing something to them, it was that it was being done to me, and he was saying, just wait. We're going to get to a point where we can address these issues, and we never got to that point.
Who was bullying you?
Objection, relevance?
Effect on the listener. All right. Mr. Tellis ultimately lost in the primaries.
Yes.
And that would have been in June of 2022?
Correct.
Following his losing in the primaries, did you see him act out in anger?
No.
Did you see him become hostile with anybody in the office?
No. I saw him less frequently, but on a schedule. We would put together our work, and we would communicate with him, and I knew what days he would be in signing things. And again, it continued in that pattern where I had to wait for signatures. I would get denied signatures. Things that needed a certain dollar amount needed dual signatures. Things would go missing.
And whose signatures were being denied from you?
Rita Reed.
So after Robert Tellis loses the primary, was it your observations that it was business as usual? He was just trying to process these estates to help those who had suffered the loss of a loved one?
Everything was the same. He was the same demeanor in handling things. I feel like he might have even went an extra step to involve people in the investigative part of our job where we had to send people out. Again, that was a little bit of my frustration because I felt like, hey, you're the public administrator, just make a decision. But he continued to try to involve Rita in things, even though the minute he stepped out of the office, the help that I was due stopped.
And that then was to the detriment of the heirs?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So I want to make sure I got my math right. My understanding is that you knew Mr. Tellis for about 1.5 years before he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time period, was all of your contact with him in the workplace?
With the exception of maybe like one or two, maybe one thing outside of the office, and it was just a Easter egg roll that I brought my children to.
And so when you were in the workplace, was it a situation where you worked with him every day or some days more than others? Can you give me some
So
sense?
every day.
Okay.
We had cases to review. I had questions. I was still actively in training.
Okay.
And actively having to ask questions. And he had checklists for every phase of our work.
Sure.
And so when I got to finish one set of checklists, I would have to have that part of my cases reviewed. So every single day.
And you were a probate administrator?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever work with Roberta Lee Kennett?
I did.
Okay. Did you guys have the same job, or did you
Yes, we did.
kind of a
I
complementary?
started off as a 1, and then I moved up to a 2 after probation.
Okay, and we've heard some description from her that you maybe would be responsible for one house, and then maybe she, because she had the same job, would be responsible for a different house?
Well, it wasn't by house, it was just by the
estate.
decedents.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that's a better way to put it. But how many of probate administrators were there?
If you count the lead, 4.
4? Okay, and so
And then 5, we added
Okay.
someone later.
So I assume then Mr. Tellis would be working with, as the public administrator, sometimes he would be working with any one of the 4 or 5 of you on the various projects that associated with those estates?
Correct.
Okay, and when he was working on one project, I assume then you were doing other stuff on your own,
Yes,
on your
there's
own project?
lots of tasks to do outside of.
Okay. Now, you said that you started in 2021, is that right?
I believe so.
Do you remember what month that was?
May.
May? Okay, so it's about 1 year in when those stories start coming out about Mr. Tellis?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And did you, I think you said on direct examination, you recalled that there was a series of them, like 4?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't observe Mr. Tellis to be upset about the stories?
No, in fact, the first story he asked me to participate in.
Okay.
And I met with
Yeah.
Mr. Gehrman.
Yeah, Mr. Gehrman actually came to the office before that first story, and Mr. Tellis sat for an interview, right?
Correct. We all did.
Yeah. And then it was after that that the first story came out?
Yes.
Okay. And then there, that very first story alleged an inappropriate relationship. It alleged bullying and kind of mismanagement in the office. Do you recall that?
I just recall the things that were related to me. I'm not sure if Article 1, 2, 3, or 4 alleged any relationship things. I just remember the part relating to me.
I mean, do you remember like that generally the allegations were kind of unflattering to Mr. Tellis?
The first article, no. I think I don't recall it being unflattering to him.
Do you remember if one of the articles had sort of a video attached to it in an electronic version?
I don't remember if it was attached to which article, but
Okay.
yes, I do
Okay.
remember that video. Thank
Okay,
you.
and it's your testimony that he never expressed any anger or upset or disappointment about that article?
With me, no.
And I guess, yeah, that kind of gets to my question. That's kind of your relationship with him, right? He didn't express that to you. You wouldn't be aware of what he might have expressed to the reporter directly, for instance, right?
No.
And you wouldn't be aware of what he maybe put on social media about that reporter, correct?
No.
So like if he was posting negative things about that reporter after he wrote the stories on Twitter, maybe you didn't observe that.
No, I wasn't following him on social media.
Okay. So it could be that he was posting things that demonstrated upset with the articles, and it's just you're not on Twitter, so maybe you wouldn't have seen it.
I'm on Twitter, I'm just not following Mr. Tellis.
Okay, fair enough. Now, it sounds like there was a pretty stressful environment in the public administrator's office around that time period. Is that fair with these
Prior
two?
to the articles.
Okay, prior to and then including the time of the articles, right?
Yes.
And then there was a point in time when the county made the decision to actually bring in a different manager to kind of help with managing the public administrator's office, right?
That wasn't the way that Jeff Wells related to us.
At some point, Mike Murphy comes into the office, right?
Yes.
And that was in part based on the factionalization in the office?
The way it was presented to us was that he was going to help us kind of organize the office and kind of get back to work.
As opposed to doing what? Like when you say get back to work?
As opposed to focusing on those of us that were being bullied, those of us that were crying at the copier because someone was saying things to us.
So he's kind of brought in Mike Murphy to kind of calm things down, get rid of the drama, and get back to work.
Yes.
Okay. And that was done while Mr. Tellis was actually in charge of the public administrator's office, right?
Yeah, so very early on, that was it, and then they didn't like that, and then they split the office up even further.
Now, are you familiar with all the vehicles that Mr. Tellis owned?
The vehicle he owned was a brown BMW.
Did you ever know him to drive a maroon Yukon?
That's the only vehicle I'm familiar with, is the brown BMW.
Is the BMW, so you never saw the Tesla either?
No.
Okay. And so the BMW would be the one he primarily, it sounds like, drove to work?
Correct.
Okay. When you, Mr. Droskovich showed you this video, that was a Metro release, and you said that you're pretty much familiar with it, and then you don't recognize this gate as being unique to Mr. Tellis. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I assume you don't have any personal knowledge as to who is actually in this video.
I do not.
Okay. And you don't know any of the, from personal knowledge, you don't have any personal knowledge of who was walking down Mr. Gehrman's street on September the 2nd, correct?
I do not.
Okay. And you haven't seen all the video evidence associated with this case or the vehicles. Okay. Mr. Droskovich asked you about Mr. Tellis's dealings with Zach Skilling. Do you recall that on direct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was a point in time when there was a conflict with him, and then he wasn't used thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
When was that conflict?
The dates?
Well, I mean, can you just give me a rough time? Like, was it,
About halfway into my tenure. I only had maybe one or two cases with him.
Okay.
And the reason why I specifically remember this one is because of the decedent was a Jet Beauty. It's a African American magazine. I grew up watching that, looking at that magazine. And so I was kind of in awe when I went to walk her home prior to putting it on the market and seeing all of the African American artifacts and various memorabilia.
So was this, when you say it's about halfway through your tenure or your time there?
So maybe fall.
Okay, yeah, that's what I
early
think, like fall, November,
fall,
December of
somewhere around there.
21.
That's a
no.
guess.
Okay. Now, it's your testimony that there were no other dealings with Mr. Tellis and Mr. Skilling after that?
I don't think that was my testimony.
Oh, okay. So explain that to me.
I said that I did not believe that our side of the office was using him after I had this concern about the missing personal property.
Okay. Could there have been other, could he have been used on other cases and you just maybe weren't aware of them because they weren't the ones that you were personally, it doesn't sound like, it sounds like you had a unique caseload that was just yours?
Right.
So he could have done a whole bunch of other houses or other decedents, as you say, but you didn't work with him after that.
I think the one thing that needs to be kind of clarified is that he did have a partner.
I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Okay.
You just have to answer the question.
Ask it again, please. I'm sorry.
So it sounds like you had your own caseload, correct?
I did.
Okay. It could be that he was working with other estate coordinators and you might not have been aware of it. Is that?
Highly unlikely.
Okay, so you believe he didn't do any, didn't work on any projects into 2022?
What I believe is that he was not getting new books of work.
Okay. When Mr. Tellis left the primary, you said that he started limiting his time in the office?
That's correct.
And it was Rita Reed who won the primary, correct?
Yes.
And then once she won the primary, did she institute any changes in the office while, Mr. Tellis was sort of a lame duck public administrator?
No.
It was all still his?
Because she won the primary, she hadn't won the election.
Right. So she kind of followed his rules until, I guess, she became the public administrator?
I wouldn't say so, because I don't think he had a rule that it was okay to continue bullying staff members, so I don't think she...
Well, I guess what my question
He was
is,
talking
whatever...
about with respect to the work, was she still following his rules?
Yeah, sure.
She was still running the investigative team,
Okay.
the investigators.
And then sometime after that, she actually becomes the public administrator, right?
I was gone by the time she became the...
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Amy Durant?
Just briefly, in reference to Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy came in while Mr. Tellis was still in charge.
Correct.
Did Mr. Tellis welcome him?
He did. He, in fact, offered that as one of the solutions to some of the problems I was having with Alicia and Rita and Janie, and saying that they were here and that they were going to make sure that things got back to the business at hand.
So the office would then run efficiently?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And Henry Cross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. And you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. Mr. Droskowitz, do we...
Yes, Terrence Jameson.
Please step up and use the stand. No, that's fine. Just remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Terrence, Terrrence. Last name, Jameson, Jamison.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. How are you employed?
How am I employed?
Yes.
I'm employed by Planet Fitness as a general manager.
Okay, are you over a particular store?
Yes, the club that I run is off West Charleston Boulevard.
Okay. Is it the one that's off of basically West Charleston and, is it Fort Apache?
Yes, sir, that's across from.
Next to a Whole Foods? Did you receive a subpoena?
Oh, yes,
Did you receive a subpoena in reference to documents or records that may be at your store?
that is correct.
I may approach the witness. I'm showing you what's been marked. Is it T2? T2. If you could please review this document.
All done.
Okay, you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
This document is a report from DataTrack, our operating service for Planet Fitness, and this is the remote check-ins from September 1st, 2022 to September 3rd, 2022.
Okay, when you say remote check-in, please explain to us what this is, what that means.
So a remote check-in is anybody that is not based out of the specific location out of West Charleston signing in to the club. And so the reason why it's a remote check-in is because it is not the club that they originally signed up at.
Okay, what is the, and I'm going to direct your attention to more specifics within this document, but just trying to make a clear record concerning what this document is. This is a remote check-in, and this basically is when people go in, I'm assuming they have a fob or some other, maybe a gym card. They go in to sign to go in to work out at the gym. Fair to say?
That is correct.
And this document captures their signing in.
Yes, this document gets the time of what they checked in, their first and last name, their barcode, and membership type, along with if they're allowed to enter.
Okay. When a person, and you would agree with me that this is a business document?
Yes.
And this is a business document that's kept in the ordinary course of business,
That is correct.
following the rules and procedures that govern the keeping of these documents for Planet Fitness.
That is also correct.
Now, you had said it was a remote check-in. Now, if a person, let's say, goes and signs in for a membership, let's say in the Decatur location or something with that, that would be the primary place where they filled out the paperwork. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But when you say a remote check-in, let's say a person buys a membership at Planet Fitness, let's say years before, but then lives near the Charleston site where you work. When they go in, they sign in, it shows as being a remote check-in, but it doesn't mean they're checking in remotely. It means that they're just going to a different location from where they originally opened up their membership.
That could be, yeah, essentially, depending if, the person moved from a different location where they originally signed up. For example, if someone was from, Wyoming and they recently moved to Las Vegas and they didn't transfer their membership, it would still show up as a remote check-in.
Understood. But in reviewing this document, which you've testified is kept in the ordinary course of business, this signifies that the names that are on this paper checked in at the club on between September 1st, 2022 and September 3rd, 2022.
That is correct.
I move for admission of Defense Exhibit T2.
No objection.
Do you have this document in front of you? If you could
Yes,
flip
I do.
through it with me. Page 1, we have a list of names. And it shows the check-in times of those that checked in and basically worked out at your location. Fair to say?
That is correct.
Page 2, same question.
That is also correct.
Page 3,
That is also correct.
and page 4.
That is also correct.
Now, if you look at the bottom, and I won't, no need to say that person's name, it's not part of this case, but that person, it appears, was denied entry.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes.
Yes, that's correct.
So would we presume, and based upon your knowledge, this person tried to get in and work out, but they were not able to do so?
Yes.
And there's a couple others, same question, that were denied.
And that is also correct for them.
You could flip to page 9. It would be September 2nd, 2022, at 12:09 p.m.
Yes, I see it.
Who checked in?
Can I get the time again, sir?
Yes, 12:09 p.m.
That is going to be Robert R. Tellis.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Examination.
Mr. Jamieson, maybe you can help me out. What page did you just look on?
I was on page 9 of 30.
Thank you. I'm going to put defense exhibit. What number is it?
What is it,
The-
the Planet Fitness?
Uh-huh.
That's T2.
Oh, thank you. T2. Sir, can you see that on the, well, you have a copy, I know, but can you see it on the screen in front of you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're reading this record as, see my finger here, it says 9/2 at 12:09 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then it has the name of Mr. Tellis and then the barcode associated with his membership. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I think you said this on direct examination, but your location is Charleston and Rampart?
Charleston and the crossroad is Fort Apache.
Fort Apache, sorry. And there's a Whole Foods, Barnes and Noble in there, and
That is correct.
when people, I think you said, do a remote check-in, it means that their primary Planet Fitness is not the one they're going to at that particular day?
Correction, it's going to be not their home club where they originally signed up
Oh,
at.
were they, okay. But if they happen to work out there a lot, that would be okay as long as they're still a member of Planet Fitness?
Yes, if they're a Black Card member, they have access to any location.
Okay. And so when you come into Planet Fitness and this kind of record is produced, is it a card that you use to check in, or when it's the remote check-in, or any kind of check-in, I guess?
So for check-ins, we have multiple ways of checking in. One would be through our Planet Fitness app. The second would be a key tag. And if the barcode is a phone number, they would be able to just give a phone number to check in.
Okay. And so you mentioned an app. I would assume you mean an app on your phone?
Yes, the app, Planet Fitness application that you would find on Google Play Store or App Store.
Okay. So that's a way that you can remotely check in from your phone?
Yes, it would access a QR code that is basically your barcode for you to check in that pulls up your information.
And then that QR code, that's like one of those squares that we see, they would have to show that to you or one of the people you supervise as they come in the gym?
Yes, ma'am. They would scan in at the front desk.
Okay. And that's one way you can get in is if you have that app on your phone, that QR code will tell yourself or your employees that they're allowed to come in and work out.
Yes.
And then another way, I think you said, is if there's, they have an actual Planet Fitness card?
Yes. It was discontinued a while back, but we did have little key tags that you're able to attach to a keychain
Okay.
to check in.
And those two ways, do they show up the same way on this record?
Yes, but also there could be a discrepancy from the barcode. If you look at the document, specifically on page 9, you see that there is some with that look like a phone number and some that are just a long series of digits.
Okay.
Most likely, we would assume that everybody has the app, but there could be a couple of members that do have a barcode still
Okay.
and never originally changed it.
Okay, and you actually got to my next question. I would assume in 2022, most people are doing this with their phone on the app because that's easier to do?
That is correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Just so we're clear though, based upon your review of these documents, you're unable to say how Mr. Tellis checked in, but did he checked in?
Yes.
And you have to appear in person physically and scan it or be viewed, inspected basically before you go in.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Anyone cross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. You just stand by.
Okay.
All right, so I thought I'd talk to you guys during the break here. Let me move myself over and go over what we're watching here.
It's been marked as court's exhibit number 19. Does your location have cameras that cover the check-in area? And if so, has that footage been requested by authorities?
We do have cameras at the front desk where you're able to see. To my knowledge, I know that we have, so much space that where we can go back in time to review footage. And since we're talking 2022, we do not have that footage.
Okay, thank you. Is there any follow-up, Mr. Draskevich?
Are you aware of a request that was made by the defense in this case to get that footage?
Yes.
And it was not available?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Whitworth?
Sir, when was that request made?
I do not remember the day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena, and thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome.
All right, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess, probably about a 5-minute recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet.
All right, so thought I would come in and talk to you guys about the case here and what you're watching. This is the Robert Tellis case. It took place in Las Vegas over the last week or so. And it's a controversial case because it involves Mr. Tellis, who was an elected official, and he was, I guess, an investigation was done by the Las Vegas Review-Journal into his office and into the alleged improprieties that were going on. Basically, essentially, that there was a bullying type work environment. On top of that, he was having an affair with a coworker, and all of that kind of came together as a big storm for Mr. Tellis, and ended up costing him his position, his elected position. And then even after he lost the election, the reporter that was in that did these exposés on him continued to create articles, and it was bothering Mr. Tellis. And the allegations are, I guess they began like a social media war. And eventually Mr. Tellis, made some threats online. And on the 2nd of September in 2022, this reporter ends up dead. And they see a car that resembles Mr. Tellis on all the CCTV cameras that were leading basically back to Mr. Tellis's house. Allegedly, there's DNA that's found at his house. There was a cut-up shoe and a cut-up hat found at his house in a search of his house. And as a result, police arrest him. And then he ends up essentially attempting suicide when the police finally do get him. Now, one of the reasons why I'm giving you this backdrop is because I want to come on here at this particular moment is because what you're about to hear now is one of the craziest testimonies from a defendant I've heard in a long time. You're going to hear a bizarre story. He's going to tell his story, and then he's going to subject himself to one of the most brutal cross-examinations ever. And that's what you're going to see here now over the next few hours as he's going to first off tell his story. Now, he does it in a unique way. He chooses to not be questioned by his attorneys, and he chooses to do what's called a narrative testimony, which you're allowed to do. Defendant can either be questioned like a normal witness or they can give a narrative. Obviously, having the help of your attorney ask questions and guide you is always a good thing. In this case, he decided to not do that, and he kind of opens up some landmines for himself as he goes through and does this. So be watching here as we go forward and you hear this testimony, and decide once you find out the verdict. If you don't already know, you can look it up, but decide, did he help himself? Did he hurt himself? Is this, where do you feel about it? I want to hear from you in the comments as you're watching this. But it's a really wild cross-examination. I mean, this prosecutor goes after him and hits him with a lot of questions. Now, Mr. Tellis is going to tell a story that in his position, he was the county administrator. Essentially what he did, or what his office handled, was when someone passed away and they didn't have a will, they didn't have an estate, the properties, any property, any real estate would come into the possession of the county administrator and be dealt with. And he alleged that there were private companies that were coming in and improperly selling properties and committing fraud. They would come in with straw man buyers, buy them at a really low price, essentially screwing the estate, or since there wasn't an estate, screwing over any survivors that might be able to make claim on the money. And then they would turn around and sell a house that might have been worth $800,000. They'd bring a straw man in who would make an offer of $300,000 and make the purchase, and then turn around and then sell it for its actual value of $800,000, and they'd make $500,000, while the family or survivors who, because there wasn't an estate or a will, would be out that $500,000. Allegedly, Mr. Tellis was cracking down on this and working with the Las Vegas Metro Police and the U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate these things. And as you're going to hear from him, he believes he was set up for the killing of Mr. Gurman. And they killed this guy in order to try to frame Mr. Tellis, and that's why there's all these improprieties that he's going to allege. Anyways, I want to give you that background. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started again with this testimony and go from there.
Okay, the record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. Mr. Droskowicz.
Your Honor, our final witness is Mr. Robert Tellis. I've confirmed with Rob Baer, and we're going to ask the court's permission to allow him to testify by narrative.
Okay. That is fine. Anything else before we bring the jury panel in?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Tellez can take the stand. Bring jury panel in. Right, we'll swear. I'll swear in front of the panel.
May I get a copy of the paper so I can look at it on, I don't know.
He wants
Did you guys?
all the
can I have a
exhibits?
copy of that? Or? This is our copy. Have only. Never mind. State have.
As far as
Does he
the
have-
exhibits go, I mean, if he needs to use the exhibits that we've admitted by stipulation, I don't have an objection to him using those exhibits. It seems like he may have notes though in front of him. So if he's using those notes, we're gonna need it.
And just so the record's clear, Mr. Tellez, are you intending on referring to your notes in the course of your testimony?
Yes, I am.
And I'm getting a copy of this.
I'm providing the state a copy.
Oh, well, Mr.
Tellez
Draskovich
notes.
was ready.
Does Mr. Draskovich have a copy of the defendant's exhibit list with him that I provided earlier?
I-
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I
Okay,
appreciate
Mr.
it.
Tellez, you have a copy of the exhibit list?
I've written those exhibit numbers next to my,
Perfect.
so I'm good on that end, I think, as long as I can read my writing.
When he's ready for them, I will pull them.
And Your Honor, in order for this to proceed smoothly, when he refers to it, when Mr. Tellez refers to an exhibit, shall either myself or even...
Okay, Katie told me that she will make sure the record's clear. Okay, does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Mr. Draskovich?
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll stipulate?
We'll stipulate.
All right, and Mr. Draskovich, you're gonna call Mr.
Your Honor,
Tellez?
the defense calls Mr. Robert Tellez.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Deas, the first name is R-O-B-E-R-T, the last name is T-E-L-L-E-S.
Mr. Tellez, the state is going to allow you, or I think the court is going to allow you to testify by way of narration. So please tell us. Begin with your story, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, and excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is, it's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. You know, this thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now, I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony, and my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things, and you know what would, you know, the concerns that I have with some of these things that have been brought up. So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions. I know that, you know, folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you. And these opinions were, you know, almost, I guess you could say, argumentative in a sense, right? Basically, Zach Schilling said, well, you know, I'm an expert on shoes, and, you know, I think that those shoes that the killer warrior is wearing are the same ones that I've seen Mr. Tatus wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg. Right, so I think that when I share an opinion with you, someone might say it's argumentative, and when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that
when I share an opinion with you, that's my right. And it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not, whether you want to adopt my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that, I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say. And I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, in preparation for the case. And it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered. Now, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. The idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. I think that's, I don't know if anybody could just do that, right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, and none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, my God. So that's, I guess, one example of the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts, the truth, and things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So, out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store, and building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician. The .com crash occurred, and from there I ended up going into property management. And I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager. Then I took a strange turn and got into maintenance, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all, self-study. All right. I took a course for the EPA certification, which is, the license that you're required in order to handle refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. But I kind of learned the basics of air conditioning on my own. And the only reason I say it is, going along is I've kind of developed this analytical mind, right? And so that led to me becoming an attorney. And so then that even built more on that analytical mind, where I think about, all the things, all the things wrong in this case. And you add on top of that the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years. So I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case. But anyway, going back to my background. So became an HVAC technician. I started working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Excuse me. So I started working at CSN, managing a team, and I was doing that by day. And I went to law school at night. They have a part-time program at Boyd School, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night. But before I got into law school, I met my wife online. We started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, I had a stepson. I had my daughter from a previous marriage, and my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, or my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work, into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney, working cases for families, and John Cahill, the public administrator at the time, he saw me in court, and saw that I was kind of a new face, and so he started giving me a couple of cases here and there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town. So I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him. At least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. And we had these weekly meetings where we would bring people in to speak, right? And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas, right? So I thought, well, gosh, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great, because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right? I mean, that's oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town, or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, is the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, I got in there, hit the ground running, we're working. I find out at a certain point, as I'm going to court, that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, a private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or really, I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator, right? The probate commissioner, who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks. Right? And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case. And, the attorney for one of these guys, or one of these firms, was there, and, we were talking. And, he told me that his client had been doing these things for so much time. And that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And I asked him, where are the, this is the first I'm hearing about this, He said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court. And so just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm. And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents, and they just basically continued on with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet, and I guess at this point I want to see if I could share X2.
I don't have the names as it's coded with the exhibit numbers.
Move to admit it.
Or if you need me to build any foundation, I can do that.
Maybe just approach on this.
Yay, good night.
Is it admitted or?
There's a relevancy.
So then,
But I assume you're gonna lay some foundation.
yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right? You know, somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's Compass Realty, and I believe that it's for the work that I've done against them, and this document here shows the start of the work that I began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning. And so I'd ask if I could please have it admitted.
And X2 is being proposed. Is there any further objection?
Stand by my prior argument.
It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it. And I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you that, you know, again, it was about 60 cases. And let's see here. And there was, for about 60 cases, there's about a $6 million difference between, and this is total, this is not each, but, you know, obviously. For those cases, there's about a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person, right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally, the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million. And later, the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million, right? So when you're talking about $8.5 million and then making $6 million, I mean, it's nearly double, right, from one sale to the next sale. And if you look at some of the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince. The estate sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000, and the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more. Now, as administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. When I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but you know, all of them are, there's a significant difference between the one price and the other price. But this is just the most extreme one, is, you know, for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, it's just not right. So, and again, you'll see that, again, anywhere from 30 to 50% between the two sales when you review this exhibit. And so it this floored me, right, to see that this is going on. And immediately, you know, all I knew was that there was something funny going on here. And what troubled me too is that the prior public administrator said, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Throw them in the trash. And I think that disturbs me because that's really the role of the Clark County Public Administrator, right? I think Compass Realty has made this argument that, oh, you know, that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, you know, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing. And so that's, you know, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates, right? Whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look, I need to start looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? You know, I mean, not that I was saying, like, I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that the law, and so I'll tell you right now that, sorry, just coming backwards just a bit, this, because I think it's now is a good time to talk about this independent administration. So independent administration is not a generally used form of probate. It's, you know, rarely used. What independent administration allows somebody to do is to sell houses without going through the regular court process. You basically circumvent the whole process. And so the reason that I didn't, you know, really look into it is I never had a need to use it. Because normally during the probate process, when somebody's selling a house, you've got to ask the court for permission. You give everybody notice. And you allow, when you do this, for the estate to get the best value. Because what happens is all of these folks out there who are interested in buying and flipping properties, whatever, they scour all of these listings. So if you ever go to probate court on a Friday, you'll see that, you know, there are real estate investors just all over the place, right? But so by publishing it, you ensure that you're going to get the best value possible. These people are watching and they're going to say, oh, you know what? Maybe there's an extra 20 grand I can squeeze out of that. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to go after it, right? And so, like I said, it's good for the families. So, and it's transparent. So when somebody uses this Independent Administration Act, and they're a corporate probate administrator, that's concerning. Because basically what they're trying to say is, well, I want to sell this property out of this estate, but I don't want it to go through the regular process. I want to be able to sell it to this guy at this price, and that's it. And when they would use this type of law, the law says that if nobody objects, then the probate commissioner has to grant the petition. Right, so his hands were tied. So one of the things I did do later was I actually went to the legislature and raised my concerns. And you know, there were folks in the legislature that agreed, and so we were able to change the laws so that I had greater watchdog capabilities in these situations, which I think only made this situation more dire for certain folks. And again, I'll get further into that. But so, you know, I began to go ahead and file objections to these petitions. And the probate commissioner pretty much granted my objections just about every time. Because in the regular law, you know, again, not independent administration, just generally, the public administrator has higher priority than all other people, except for family, right? And we would never step in the way of family. A family member wants to handle the estate, great. If we're in the middle of getting ready to handle a probate estate, and I'm sorry, you know, I know I'm talking as though I'm still there, but I think for the purposes of what I'm sharing with you, I'm just going to continue to do that. we would say, okay, you know what, great, maybe we have this fee or that fee that you got to pay. Could be a couple $100, but we don't want to, we're not here to take away anything from you. Happy to transfer it, right? And we got to, per the county's codes, or we've got to charge the fee, right? It's not something we just say, well, we're going to waive it and you can go. But like I said, it was never any like real burden to pay the $150 to take over, especially when they're done liquidating, they're looking at thousands of dollars in the family's pocket. But again, it's their money, right? But when it came to, again, third-party administrators, if I saw that there was something strange going on, I stepped in. Now, if there's a third-party administrator who was, when I reviewed the petition, appeared to be above board, wasn't doing anything fishy, I didn't get involved, right? If they were utilizing the regular court process, they weren't, again, trying to hide anything, then great, more power to you. But the one company that was doing this over and over again, more than anybody else, was Compass Realty. And they were doing it through Thomas Moore. And so anytime one of Thomas Moore's petitions came through, the probate commissioner said, you've got to give it to the public administrator's office. And I think that's where that whole thing started way back, right? So as they were, as I was going at this and filing the objections, they started to fight back in various ways. First, they started to threaten to sue me. They said, well, you're messing with our business, right? And I wasn't afraid of them because, what they were doing was not right. They started making complaints to my assistant county manager, or, county management, trying to get my assistant county manager to stop me. And, we had meetings, he and I said, what, this is not okay. I'm not going to, I can't agree to that, no. So despite their complaints over and over again to county, my county manager said, you know what, I can't do anything. He's the guy in charge. Sorry. Then they started filing these false claims about me in court pleadings, saying that, I was trying to steal their business, that I was trying to steal it for myself. Now, at the time I was a salaried employee. Like some of the smaller counties, they have a setup where the public administrators, all they earn is a commission based on the estates they put through the process. Okay, but not so with Clark County. With Clark County, you get a paycheck and that's it. So I never received a commission off of any of the estates that we administered, ever. So to say that, I was trying to do this to get something out of it was just false. Again, just trying to sling mud to see if they couldn't scare me off or do it. I don't know. Then in early 2022, about March 2022, I approached Steve Wolfson. Now, he and I and other elected department heads, we would have regular meetings and we would coordinate and, elections were around the corner, so we started talking about, what ideas do you have? What ideas do you have? That type of thing, right? And during one of our meetings, I had mentioned that, I had this concern with this company. About a year before, I had raised the issue with the Attorney General's office, and apparently they didn't see where the wrong was. But, the weird thing about that was that they took less than a month for the investigation. And so I don't know if the Attorney General thought, well, we don't get it, we don't see how this is crime or what, but I think about a month later, Compass Realty had a letter in hand saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing. Like I said, to me, that was just weird. And again, I will get into why this is not just about mail. I think Detective Jaffe said, oh, this is about mailings. No, it's way worse than that, in my opinion. So I told Mr. Wolfson about the situation. He's got these guys who are, again, from one sale to the next. I mean, we're looking at anywhere, again, close to 50%. and he's like, well, okay. And I asked him, well, can you do an investigation? He said, well, that's not our department. I mean, we don't do investigations. Because, I thought, well, the AG does investigations. Maybe the DA does too. He said, no, we don't do that, but I know someone who can help you. There's this guy I know in public corruption, Derek Jett, and I'll put you in touch with him. Mr. Jeppy, I don't know if it was a day or two later, calls me. We discuss the case on the phone. We set up a meeting. I go down there with a package with all of my materials. And I actually included a letter to him with that. A letter to him that kind of highlighted some of the concerns. And so I'd like to share J1. There's a letter to Detective Jappy.
J1 has been admitted.
Thank you. And so one of the things that I had noted in this letter, and again, it's a 4-page letter, like I said, getting into detail about what had been going on and what, I guess you'll see it. But one of the issues I noted was this estate of James Clark. And I noted that in this case, we found that Thomas Moore had removed everything from the kitchen before any sale of the home. Removing the kitchen, and of course this also involved the flooring, but it didn't say that here, but removing the kitchen before the sale would devalue the property in a way that would allow Moore to get a lower appraisal value before making the sale. There are photos that we took on 5/1/2019 showing that the kitchen was in place at the time that the decedent died. So what had happened was that we had taken over because family wasn't found. Family came in, they took over, but apparently something happened where they couldn't administer it, and in the meantime, Thomas Moore stepped in. So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in, then Thomas Moore stepped in, because I think a notice of default was filed with the recorder's office, because the mortgage had gone into arrears. And so maybe I'll explain that just a little bit. So when somebody dies, oftentimes, the way that these private administrators get word, I mean, and I think these guys have a different method, but one of the ways that they typically do is they watch for these public notices that the homes have gone into default. Because the mortgages have lapsed, like somebody stopped paying the mortgage, right? And so now at this point, the mortgage company is getting ready to do a foreclosure, right? So they do this, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. They do this notice of intent to default, right? And this is the signal to some of these folks, okay, well, I should go check this out and see why this is a default. Maybe I'll go knock on the door and see if anybody's home. I'll look through the window, see if, if it looks like it's lived in. Then they might do more research and try to find out who it was that was there and whether they died or not, right? So then based on that, they'll file a petition in court to take over, to get this administration so they could sell the real property. So when they had taken control of this property, from that point to the point that family notified us again that, this estate had been taken from them, we stepped in. I filed an objection. We got into the house and found out that Thomas Moore had ripped out the flooring in the kitchen before a sale that he was preparing for. And so that was in this first note to Detective Jappy. early on. This was March 6th of 2022 that I raised that particular concern with Detective Jappy. But so about 2 weeks later, Detective Jappy told me, hey, you know what, excuse me, well, I learned from Detective Jappy that they've discovered that Compass Realty or Thomas More, they were not reporting on the closing documents for the estates any personal property at all. So, when somebody dies and they have a house, you've got stuff in the house, right? Given that Vegas is a commuter city, most people have a car, right? At least one car. So, for someone to die with a house, but zero property of any value inside the house or any car, Detective Jappy thought that was really odd. He's like, no, there's something wrong here. So we're going to, it is my understanding that they were going to go ahead and do stakeouts. Now, I don't know if this was supposed to be with some type of static car that just sits there empty with a video camera, but basically my understanding was they were going to do observation on some of these homes when they still had property inside them, vehicles in front of them, and see what exactly happened with all that stuff. Because again, if you've got a house that's worth $500,000, you should probably have property inside the house that's kind of commensurate with that, right? You might have $5,000, $10,000 worth of property that can be sold. For the public administrator's office, oftentimes there was personal property to be sold, recovered and sold in apartments, right? I mean, there's very, very often stuff that's worth, at least $3,000, $4,000, right? And it's the probate administrator's duty, whether you're the public administrator or a private administrator, to ensure that those items are sold and the benefit is provided to the estate, right? So when, these guys have done hundreds of estates and no personal property has been reported and no vehicles have been reported, it seemed that was a concern for Mr. Jappy. But after that, I really didn't hear much more. And I understand that he said that he and I were buddies and we talked often, but that wasn't the case. That was kind of strange. I never considered him like a friend per se. Not that I'm, trying to say anything about that, but for him to say that he thought we were good friends, I couldn't understand how you'd characterize it that way. I guess when he's claiming that, we'll get to the ambulance situation later. But so he said again that we're going to do these stings and then we're going to do title research, and again, still I didn't hear anything about the concerns with the James Clark situation or even the Reggie Abdul situation, and I'll get into that situation here in a little bit. But that same month, Rita Reed, my assistant public administrator, who's now the current public administrator, she filed for the position, and also a Compass Realty realtor filed to run for the position as well. So again, to this point, Compass Realty seems like doing everything they could to try to stop me, even running one of their own employees to try to take the seat from me. It was in the end of April. Now, I'd like to, at the end of April, I guess I'm not sure how the conversation went or how this interaction went between Rita Reed and one of the folks from Compass Realty, but Rita Reed, for her campaign, received $10,000. $10,000 from, $5,000 from Adam Fenn and $5,000 from Compass Realty. And I would like to, if I could, share L1.
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Do you want to, are you offering it?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, L1 is admitted.
Thank you. And so the document here again is Rita Reed's campaign contribution report from the Nevada Secretary of State. And I'm turning to, oh, you know what? Sure, I think we might have to admit a different exhibit for another day. My apologies, but this is report number 1, and the contributions from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn are on report number 2. So my apologies. So,
I mean, it's
and so
admitted. That's just not the document you want.
that's correct. So if you would note that we're going to be looking at, when I bring that back tomorrow, we'll be looking at report number 2 that has those contributions. So I end up, I guess after this happens, about 2 weeks later, Mr. Gurman's article, his first article comes out. And, you know, I think we had those text messages from me from the day that I saw the article where I was upset. And I think, you know, anybody who is the subject of an article that says certain things about you, I mean, could reasonably feel upset about it, right? I'll note that later, as we go through my tweets, you'll see that, you know, that same, I guess that same demeanor from that day is not exhibited in any of my tweets later. And again, we'll go over that later. But, so the articles come out and all that, and Rita Reed, and I'll show you in the campaign report, or you'll be able to review the campaign report, she didn't get too many contributions other than this $10,000 from Adam Fenn and Compass Realty. She ended up running 2 different text message campaigns, publicizing to voters the articles, right? And that cost about, I think, $9,000 or so. That'll be on later campaign reports how much was spent. So you'll see that this $10,000 that was given by Compass Realty and Adam Fenn went directly to this text message campaign, and I lost the primary. You know, it was a bummer. I mean, sorry, I don't know what, you know, it was unfortunate, but I continued the fight against Compass Realty, and I think that's something that they didn't expect, right? And I did it just because I thought it was the right thing to do, right? I didn't, you know, yeah, I could have just gone home and put up my feet and done no work at all anymore, but I continued that particular battle. I had nothing to gain from it because, you know, in 7 months I was out anyway, right? So there was nothing for me to gain other than just doing what doing the job, right? And then, you know, as I mentioned earlier, there's a state of Recep Abdul where we got some headway on something. I had been discussing with one of the heirs what Compass Realty was doing in that case. And so we were, you know, she was concerned and she asked us to intervene. So I filed a petition, and we had a hearing, I believe it was on June 29th of 2022. And I'd like to see if we could play the hearing video from that hearing. And this is
Maybe approach on this one.
Sure. The district attorney wants an opportunity to review it, and so I'm going to reserve on that. And you can probably talk about it maybe tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Well, I would certainly, I'd like to have the jury see that video. I guess I'd like to go ahead and then, if I may, share the Rajab Abdul inventory. And that is, excuse me, M1, sorry. And this is, and this document is an inventory filed in the estate of Rajab Abdul, for which I filed an objection. On the Almo, or is that?
This right now has been admitted.
Okay, is it possible to put it?
M1 is
Can we
admitted.
put it on the Almo?
Court's permission upon court's permission after he explains it, I'm going to put it on.
Sure, no problem.
So again, this is so basically when somebody's doing a probate case, by the end of the case, they've got to report everything that was found on the date of death of the person. You know, if they have a house, they put that, they put the house on the appraisal, on the inventory, and they attach an appraisal for the house. Vehicles, they'll list vehicles, bank accounts. If there's personal property and they've appraised the property, that'll be listed on the inventory. So I have here the inventory that was filed by Cynthia Sauerland, who was the probate administrator for this case, who ended up taking over for Thomas Moore. So he had been the administrator for them for some time, and then she stepped in and continued their practices for them. As it turns out, she was also a real estate agent for them, whereas I don't think Thomas Moore was both an agent and the administrator. But there's the appraisal attached to this was something that was of concern to the heirs, and that I found concerning as well. Mr. Eskowitz, do you mind?
Is there a particular page?
And unfortunately, they on the appraisal, they didn't mark the pages, but I guess, you can see, I don't know why the appraiser didn't actually do page numbers on his appraisal, but it would be certainly this page. I'd like to show that, and then the following page.
Okay, so I'll show these two pages.
Yes, sir, please, thank you. Yes, sir.
Just want you to flip it over.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And so when you do an inventory, it's supposed to be the state of... Yes, sir.
Is that? Can you see that? Okay.
It's supposed to be the state of the home on the date of the person's death. So when you see here, the appraisal that they got for their inventory shows that it shows a kitchen that has no cabinets, I hope you can see that. If not, certainly when we review the exhibit later, you'll see there are no cabinets, no sink, no counter. It's the bare walls in the kitchen. And the floor is missing. So, and you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, same thing. The picture's not great, but you'll see the floor is missing there too. And sir, may we go to the next page? And in the hallway, missing flooring. In the bedroom, missing flooring. And so it costs money to do this process, right, to rip these things out. So it's interesting that, yeah, well, I guess, I'm not providing that document for you, so the fact that they didn't show that they paid for these services to me seems strange. But this is apparently what they're claiming as to how they found the home. And you'll, thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. And you'll find that, again, like I said before, James Clark was in a similar condition. So, and later, after this property, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm fidgeting. Later, when this property was resold, it was sold by well, and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm a little nervous, but if you look at that appraisal, you'll see that the appraiser said that he believed that it would take about $20,000 in repair costs to bring the home up to fair market value. It was about 3 months later that the buyer resold the home for $70,000. So as far as I'm concerned, that extra $50,000 should have gone to the family, not these other guys. And so right there, I thought, when somebody is ripping property out of a house to sell it to another individual with whom they've had these purchases or these transactions over and over again, that should be looked into seriously, because to me, I believe that's theft, right? I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. So, an interesting thing. So I wrote Jappy an email after the hearing that we had, and I really want you guys to see, want you folks to see the hearing, because I think it certainly put Compass Realty on notice. The judge was very concerned, and so you'll see that tomorrow, I hope. Jappy, excuse me, I ended up, it was that same day, I believe, writing Detective Jappy an email saying that we went to court and there were these issues with this house as well, just like with James Clark. I don't know that I said that as like James Clark, but I certainly noticed those issues. May I share V2? This is an email from me to Detective Jappy. I can't recall the date, but it was in regard to the estate of Recep Abdul.
I'll approach you with this.
It's been admitted, B2 is admitted.
Thank you. And so this is actually to Derek Jappy and one of the other folks that was on his detail. This is hello gentlemen, I'm not sure if you all had a chance to catch the hearing. I will get the video for you. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to read the response. It had an appraisal with the kitchen torn out. Today, Deborah Erbach testified that the photos of the house in the appraisal were not representative of how she had left the house. She had cleaned the house before she had returned home. She also said, and again, I'm sorry that, this is hearsay, but also the kitchen was intact when she left the home. It seems that the kitchen in this case was also potentially ripped out to reduce the value of the real property before the appraisal. So Detective Jappy was on notice of this concern as well. But and so despite all that, Detective Jappy, I'll tell you that at a certain point, I was, during the course of this case, you probably were aware that you may be aware that I was representing myself, and I was fighting for certain evidence. And I requested the case file for the case that Detective Jaffe had built against me. When they gave me that case file, they also gave me the case file against Compass Realty as well. And so I was able to observe what was done in the investigation. So despite the fact that Detective Jaffe had said that there would be these stakeouts, there were no stakeouts. There were no vehicle title searches to see what was going on with these vehicles. Despite the fact that I had raised concerns about what we found in the appraisals, or at least the one appraisal, Detective Jaffe didn't seek appraisals from any of the other cases. Right, so it seemed odd to me that he would get up here and say that this was all about mail. Right? He said, "Oh, well, this is just."
Objection in this case to the testimony.
Sustained.
Yeah, I guess I can't recall what the to my knowledge, the issue that was raised according to Detective Jaffe was that this is about certified mailing. I can't recall what the other issue was.
His opinion is improper.
The objection sustained.
So, but I guess you can go back to your notes and see what Detective Jaffe said to you what this was about, because that's, in my opinion, that's clearly not what this was about.
Objection.
This is my opinion. Okay. So personally, I believe it's likely that, based on what I'm going to discuss later about what Detective Jaffe did, I believe there's some type of compensation to him for all this.
Objection is argument
So,
the proper opinion.
I'm a witness.
I would just ask you to move on.
Sure, absolutely. And again, like I said before, I can have my opinions, right? And it's up to you to decide. I'm not the lawyer up here.
Approach on this.
Uh-huh. Ask you to limit your testimony to your personal knowledge and the facts, because your opinions are not really relevant. And so I would ask you your personal knowledge and things that you observed, and any inferences and arguments that can be made, your attorneys will be able to make those at the end.
And if Your Honor, if you don't mind, for clarification's sake, again, when Zach Schilling was giving his opinion about circumstances.
But if you want to have a hearing at the end of the day, that's fine too. But again, I would just ask that you limit it to the facts and your personal knowledge and any of your observations.
So if I have a particular opinion on some of the testimony, can I share that?
Your opinions are not relevant at this time. So again, I would ask you to limit your testimony to facts and observations that you made.
And then according to the judge's counsel, those are matters that can be argued in closing.
Okay. So the attorney for Compass Realty began to stonewall me after the hearing, because what happened during the hearing is that I was granted this authority to engage in investigations against them. The judge, you'll see what the judge decided about the situation. Yeah, I think that they had a lot to worry about. And that was June 29th that hearing occurred. So, but after that hearing, there still has to be a paper order that is entered, that is filed in order to grant the power. that was actually given during the hearing, right? So you got to have that written order in hand in order to act. I had to basically, as part of the process, you have to send the order to the other attorney, and you all have to try to agree to the terms of the order, and both sides sign it if they agree upon it. The attorney for Compass Realty just would not, and things got delayed, and then finally the order got filed. It was on, I believe, August 29th. My apologies, but I do have the order that I drafted in the estate of Rajab Abdul that I'd like to share as N1.
And is Nancy?
N as in Nancy. That's correct.
Court's indulgence.
One is admitted.
Thank you. My apologies. It was actually filed on August 31st, 2022. And as you all know, Mr. Gurman was murdered on September 2nd, 2022. But I guess well, I also want to mention at the same time that I was fighting Compass Realty in probate court, and also beyond trying to work with Detective Jappy on that criminal investigation, I had also filed a complaint with the Nevada Real Estate Division as well. And I'd raised the issues that I've discussed already, and also I raised issues about some of the other codes related to real estate that were being broken, because Compass Realty was selling properties to Adam Fenn, one of their own agents, using the same, it appears, using the same scheme. And when Mr. Gurman was murdered, a couple of things happened. One, the new public administrator did not finish acting on any of the investigation in Rajab Abdul. There's been no activity. So any of the investigating that I was going to do is not being done at this point. And the complaint I made with the Nevada Real Estate Division, I got documentation that it closed in November of 2022. And so, I believe that this was, it'd be quite a coincidence if, the fact that Mr. Gurman was killed and was put on me, that they just had a serendipitous benefit from that. That all these things that were coming to a head for them, it's done. No repercussions, no nothing. So, that's, I'll leave it to you, to think about that. And then in early August, and you heard Detective Jeppy saying in early August that Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin approached him, and that, after they approached him, that Kimberly McMahon approached him. And you heard that Kimberly McMahon was somebody who worked as a real estate agent for me at the public administrator's office, and she again was a lieutenant at Metro, and that she had raised these allegations of a bribery scheme. and you know, I can't recall the date. I think it was August 7th or so. And I'm gonna get that information for you here soon. But later, it was August 17th that Detective Jappy had an interview with Kimberly McMahon at, I guess, the Department of Homeland Security, I believe. And the statement from that is, oh, one, I don't know if we want to do I mean, I got one document coming right after the other. I don't know. I'd like to try to also, because I would like to show you that, you know, the facts that are embedded within Detective Jappy's, or I should say the probable cause statements embedded within his statement that don't match up to the statement from her interview. And that's what I would like to share with you. So we'll see if I can get that done. I believe it's 01 and the search warrant, I believe, yeah, I'm working with a grease pen. The writing's kind of thick. I don't know if it's S1. I'm so sorry. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. It was the search warrant that Detective Jappy had done. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, because unfortunately it could be. It could be.
Is it either P2 or Q2 application affidavit for search warrant?
If it's by Derek Jappy, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this time 01 is not admitted, and we can't find the other document, but I think at the end of the day, after the jury is excused, we can go further into that.
Well, so Kimberly McMahon had provided again, an interview, and in it, I guess I can speak to it. I'm hoping I can speak to my personal knowledge at least on it. I understand that she had alleged that.
Objection, hearsay.
You're not gonna, you can't go into any hearsay or what somebody else said.
Okay, well, supposedly I had requested a commission from Kimberly, and
Objection, hearsay?
I believe he's referring to the testimony that had been elicited from Detective Jaffe in his cross-examination.
Okay, so you can, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, you can just offer whatever relevant testimony you have.
so, it was claimed by, that I asked her for commissions and, or for a referral fee, which would have allegedly been in March of 2019. But she ended up making a claim that
Objection, hearsay.
So she
said.
No, so she was interviewed. I guess you can do the math. She was interviewed by Detective Jaffe 3.5 years later on that supposed issue. So, I think that, and also at the time I only had 4 months left on my office, right? So why would, personally I'm not sure why someone would wait 3.5 years to make a claim.
Proper opinion.
Okay, sure, okay, Your Honor, that's okay. I'll go on. So, so Detective Jaffe obtained this search warrant into me, being able to now from that point forward track me starting August 17th. And it seems to, at least until September 7th, right? I had requested all the surveillance logs when I was representing myself. And originally I'd received only 3 from that whole time.
Objection.
Sure.
I'm not sure why that would be relevant, so I'm going to sustain the relevance objection at this point.
Sure. Oh, and I guess this goes to a comment that Detective Jaffe had made, Your Honor. Detective Jaffe had said that they performed.
The objection was sustained.
Oh, okay, but
But if you want to take it up at the end of the day, I'd be happy to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to explain. Okay. So can I speak about what he had said? I mean, as far as, okay, well, I mean, I thought that if it was testified in court that I could repeat his testimony in court. Is that still hearsay?
Well, generally, I don't like witnesses to say, this is what another witness said.
Sure,
I mean, the jury will be the ones to determine what the testimony was, but if you have something to add based on his testimony.
Exactly
all about that.
right. So in order to provide context for what I provide next, I just have to remind them of what his testimony was. That's all. Is that okay?
Well, that's exactly what I don't allow witnesses to do, is tell the jury what another witness testified to. You can say generally, but it's not appropriate to inform the jury what another witness testified to, unless you have a transcript of that testimony.
All right, so what I'll do then is I will ask if we could share now. So it came to my attention that from reviewing the file into the investigation into Compass Realty, that Cynthia Sauerland was surveilled 2 days in a row. And so hopefully you can remember why that is important. And so I would like to introduce, if I may, M2.
At this time, the objection is going to be sustained. However, if Mr. Droskowitz wants to call Detective Jappy back and go into this, that is fine as well.
Thank you.
And so, because I've got other items I want to review in advance of, certain exhibits to make sure that I can get them in for what occurred on 9/2. I'm going to go ahead and go forward, and then I'll save that discussion for later. So, the Sunday after Mr. Gurman was murdered, I learned, and I was shocked. I think that, it was unreal. Then the following day, I know there was testimony about, I'd like to see if, I know there's been an exhibit that's been admitted, and it's regarding a discussion between me and Roberta Lee Kennedy. I don't know if we can publish that. That would have been a discussion a text message discussion we had regarding the killer's SUV. It's a state exhibit.
That would have been a state's exhibit.
Correct.
It was listed during the record that we could.
Something else, and then when we have find the exhibit.
The state's exhibit, okay.
I'll keep looking.
All right, thank you.
So, when we were having that conversation, you might have, she had shared a picture of this SUV, and in the picture, in the comment above it, it said something along the lines of, the front rims don't match the back rims. And I looked at the picture and thought, oh, well, you know what, that's, okay, that's not, that's clearly not my vehicle. And so that's what I was, that's what I conveyed in the text messages that have been admitted. So I don't know if it's...
This is the exhibit that you're referring to.
Correct, which I would think you'd normally call it hearsay, but they've been admitted, so.
For the record, this is state's exhibit 343 that's been.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir, I'm sorry, did I? Can I ask you to, So, Here, this General Bob Custer, I'm not sure who the gentleman is, but he says that the Las Vegas murder suspect vehicles have a different spoke pattern. Most vehicles have wheels with matching patterns. So when I saw that, I thought, oh, okay, well, obviously it's not my car because my rims all match. And so that was the substance of that conversation. But later, I thought, well, holy crap, excuse me, sorry. I thought, my gosh, it still can't be a coincidence that the killer is driving a vehicle that's like mine. So I started to get really scared. Right? It couldn't seem to be any kind of coincidence that this person was driving a vehicle that was just like mine. Thank you, sir. And so I went outside, just double checked, make sure I'm not losing my mind. I looked, I'm like, okay, well, my rims match, okay. And so I went ahead and started washing the cars, you know, trying to just take my mind off things, you know. And I washed the 3 cars, but there's been a debate about whether or not law enforcement knew 1 or 3, and that is what it is. You know, then at night, after dinner, I started making, like cooking for my daughter's lunches. My one particular daughter, she won't eat like the school lunch, or she didn't at the time. So I'd make her chicken fried rice off of like a Google recipe. And I was distracted, and while I was distracted, I inadvertently cut my finger. And I cut it across the tip of the finger, right? And if you look at the picture, it was, you know, I don't know if we need to bring the picture up or not, but is that something we should do, or? So basically, you'll see that it may be difficult to see, but the way that I cut it was as I was chopping right across the tip. And so, and I don't know what
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, sure.
We do have the photo that was the state's.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sure, please. Now, tell you about this other related situation. So while I was being self-represented, I attempted to seek these surveillance videos that included the video of me washing my car, or videos of me washing my cars. The judge granted the production of that. However, I never received the videos. And
The objection was sustained.
oh, okay. So
The motion to strike is granted.
I believe the videos show that I didn't have the finger injury. If you think about it, if somebody has a serious finger injury, would they be washing?
Objection argumentative.
I mean, I would not be washing.
Testify about your own
Sure.
experience.
Oh, sure, Your Honor. I believe I would not be washing my 3 vehicles if I had a serious finger injury. And as you've probably already gathered, you're going to hear about the fact that I was at the gym at around noon, and I believe I would not be working out with a serious finger injury. Sir, you have that?
Yes, I'm, of course, permission, I'm going to publish. It's exhibit, it's been admitted 185.
So, I mean, it may be tough to see that again. Like I said, it was a lateral cut, or, you know, it went across the tip.
You see it close up.
Okay, please. So you can see I still have the tip of my finger, if you can see it there. I had put super glue on it, and they pulled the super glue plug out of my finger, and so that's, you know, and the reason it's all gunky like that is because, again, the super glue mixed with blood. So, thank you, sir. But so when I cut my finger that night, I had used scissors to cut, you know, the super glue bottle had actually, the tip had dried. Sometimes when I have an open super glue bottle, the tip dries and I have to cut the tip. Right? So I had to grab scissors in order to do that. And I inadvertently left blood on the scissors that I forgot to clean off. But once I cut the tip off the super glue bottle, I super glued the tip of my finger together. I believe my healing process is such that I would not have had such a nasty injury for 5 days. Again, I can't speak to anyone else's healing process, but you know, that is what it is. I think we're going to discuss the situation of the surveillance log later. Is that right? Okay.
That is correct, based upon the judge's ruling.
Okay. Okay. So you heard that a search warrant was obtained, and I got pulled over early in the morning on September 7th, 2022. The officers came at me with their guns drawn, yelling at me, and I was basically coming from dropping off my stepson at school, getting ready to go home to pick up one of my other daughters and then take her to school. And so they just, out of nowhere, 3 police cars just run up on me from the back, and I just scared. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, yeah, they basically yell at me to just stand. I can't remember exactly what they said, but you know, they're yelling at me. They patted me down. They handcuffed me. They threw me in the back of a patrol car. I asked them what I did. I asked them, you know, can I call somebody? Can I do anything? I mean, I did this for over an hour and a half. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me what's, you know. I mean, obviously at this point, I had my suspicions because of like the whole, you know, just all that thing. But they wouldn't tell me what was going on. They just left me there. And the whole time, my family didn't know where I was. As far as I know, my daughter was expecting for me to come home and take her to school. I was distraught already by that point. I believe you've heard how distraught I was about my family and, you know, what they were going through at that moment that I could imagine. It was my understanding that if I went to the Summerlin Area Command for them to just take this DNA and to take photographs of me, that I would be allowed to just come right back to my vehicle and go on my way. That was what I was led to believe. And then can I get, and I was led to believe that, and later I found out that 5 minutes after that, my vehicle was towed away. May I get YouTube. Yes, that should be a CAD log from a traffic stop.
You two is admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And throughout this, you can see how they're mentioning that I'm going to Palo Verde to drop my stepson off at the bus stop for LBA. On page 9 of this CAD log, it's about the 6. The 6th line down says on September 7th, 2022 at 8:09 a.m. request tow. So I was led to believe that I'd be able to come right back home, but you know, when the tow was called in, or when you see a tow in that report a few minutes later, I don't know that that was really what was intended. So then I was held there at the Summerlin Area Command. Yeah, they did the swab, they did the photos, and then they took my jeans. I don't know how we're doing for time, but we show with my jeans and.
Sure.
Marked and admitted.
And also there's a photo as well.
Let me make sure what they have up there.
Do you want Mr. Draskovic to hold out the jeans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Draskovic, here's a bigger glove if you want.
Could we also publish that? Is that photo good?
Yes, we have the
Oh,
photo.
Well, there should be. I'm sorry. Go on.
Is this the photo that you'd like?
No, sir. It's one that shows the front of the pants.
Gentleman on 92, yes, he wants a picture of these pants, and the photograph that has a capture apparently.
Actually, it may take a few more minutes, Your Honor. So I don't know if you want to just end it.
All right, so it's probably a good time
This would be a good time
to
to break.
conclude. All right, so at this time, we are going to end for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet or other means of communication or social media, read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 10:30. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, all right, we're actually very good. All right, you're entering jury, please.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Lauren. Please be
You'll
seated.
please remain standing, raise your right hand so the clerk can administer the oath.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name is Tejas, T-E-L-L-E-S.
You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
You objected, Your Honor, on this matter.
Obviously, you're.
Approach. The state has withdrawn any objections, so it will be admitted It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
Okay. So when you do go back, if you could please review that video. I would like to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
We have it.
Yeah, we have the photo, we have the thumb drive, it's better representation.
I have it on my computer as well, it's clearer if we do it this way.
Okay, and it's exhibit,
Yes.
Yes.
it states exhibit, just for the record.
I want to say it's 378.
What are they trying to show?
It's the-
The state exhibit that's been admitted, I just,
It's
before
the
you
lowest.
publish.
Yes,
What was the number of flash drive?
It's
Oh,
a-
the flash drive?
correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay,
It's also the flash drive that they gave us some money as well.
that's going to be court's indulgence, state's exhibits, 338.
There's 338.
338, and you may publish.
Yes.
Chris? You guys are in here every day, so.
What are we trying to do?
Just that picture, I
I'm
don't,
just zooming in.
I don't even know where that's coming from, so.
Well, my guess would be you have this item. It's like, so let's just close it. I don't know why that's. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A. I'm just gonna hit it a minute.
Just gonna stand up here.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
The defense is publishing to the jury Exhibit A.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
Objection, his opinion is irrelevant.
Right, sustained.
Okay. And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search. As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there. So I spent the day freezing in that paper suit. There were various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family, and as time went on, during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit. I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away, which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney. It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested, I was just being detained. Later again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, it was a lot. Then all had finished. They were finished with the search, and they took me back home. And the media was outside my house, and somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. I don't know if I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And while that was, I'm sure, her right, I wasn't. It didn't help the situation. To know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
That's going to be A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence, and
Mr. Dreskich, I'm sorry.
do you want to publish?
I would, if you wouldn't mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Do you want to see the photos? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds apiece. And then what I'm concerned about publishing are the photos of the inside of my home and
They are.
and what. Okay.
Yes.
So, thank you, sir.
This is A2.
So, this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2, A1.
All right.
Okay, I know the similar looking photo?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is B2.
Thank you. And coincidentally, I was led to believe that they were not going to make a mess of my house.
This is C2. This is D2. This is E2. This is F2. This is G2. This is H2. This is I2. And this is J2.
So I found my wife sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And so this for me was, the thing that just broke me. I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claim to have this evidence. They did what they did to me. And I have a $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture. And so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus, then and put some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was, for me, never, I'm not guilty, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
And in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I didn't want my family to go through this, this thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist. I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's, I guess the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to, or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're motive for murder.
Your approach, please.
it's my understanding, based on the representations, that that exhibit will be created and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's gonna put all those, I guess, communications onto a drive and it will be admitted.
Thank you. Well, and it's my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is.
It will be provided to you shortly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, you'll be able to review it.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
We can move for its submission, or I believe it's being admitted by stipulation.
It's admitted,
Thank you. And if we may publish it.
absolutely.
Okay, so this is a photo of my Yukon that again was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint, worn paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because you know the way that courts work and building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock, they do open, they do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much. The cameras that are on the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. If, you know, and I think that it'd be pretty easy to, you know, well, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview, and also it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so. No problem.
Testify regarding your observations.
Of course, Your Honor. Like that, sir? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. And so, I believe both, well, I mean, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day, on September 2nd, at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house. And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly. Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but that's, I believe, an important point. So, 8:50 sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home. Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
This is not yet been admitted?
It's marked as.
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in, your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this, this is how those tweets came up.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted, and you may publish.
Here, let's. So you'll notice that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash, just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on I believe that's 6:18 at about 7 at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because again, for whatever reason they didn't. When they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. But that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6/19. And there I say, at @JGurmanRJ, @Review Journal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. I had created, and you'll see that, as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that was different things that I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that, so that's why I goaded Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. About the same time, it was actually June 16th, I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me about, because he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it. I'm happy to move on. And I said, although, Gurman says he's going to do a third article, one about the website. I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know if that's something that we can, thank you, sir, that we can admit, this text message. If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
What is this?
This is he wishes
To offer.
to offer, we can make this as a proposal to it.
Yes. This is going to be J3.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
No objection.
There being no objection, it's admitted, and
Thank
you
you.
may publish.
So you can see the content of there again, 3 days before I sent that last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legally. And I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was planning. Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office? Just for a moment, and
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if you noticed the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so if I may just demonstrate why this is important. So these shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them, right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here, right? So you can't put, it's not, from when I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lift's in there, in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walk. So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office, and I think that's something that'll likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant. Which, of course, brings me to the shoes in the house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it in an open door of my toolbox. I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and use it during the commission of a murder. So, again, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. I was, well, I guess, my next statement would have been argument, so let me skip that. And I think my attorney has already kind of discussed with you the deletion of this body cam video. I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer. It was strange to me that the killer...
Objection, proper opinion.
I didn't get to hear, so what did you, what's the topic?
Well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Okay, you can testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Okay. Observations that I made about the evidence that I've reviewed, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Okay, again, it's facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided the state, but that's okay. I'll
Thank you.
I'll move on. So I did not. Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, robbed for NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
What is it?
It was a list of searches for Mr. Gurman that was provided by the state, a lump of Cellbrite items.
Cellbrite? Is that an extraction report? Yeah, it would be extraction. Thanks. You can approach and help me pick which one you want.
lot of search results actually get pushed, or like pages get pushed up, is when people review, or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. So I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey German, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, well, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
I may approach.
You may.
Yes.
Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 356.
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
You may publish.
If I was trying to search for Mr. Gorman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again. And if you might focus, I don't know if you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more, if you don't mind, sir. So you see that it starts off Jeff German, Las Vegas, 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well. So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, which is my campaign website. Right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing it was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I don't know if you'd call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reed had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right? So that was the purpose of those searches. But I never searched for Mr. German's address. And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed I searched for his address. So when I saw the supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address. So, and again, and I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that I knew it, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to these photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. Sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. It's my understanding that surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures. And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit? the lawsuit draft. Rick, may I? So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted to handle this issue. If we may take a look at it so I can tell you.
Thank you.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. And my hope is that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, you know what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? Oh, I am so sorry, sir. Okay. Okay. And so again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I had started drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law. And I would like to ask that this be admitted.
Any objection? Is it admitted?
So you can review that and see that, again, this is the reason that I had actually captured some of those pictures. Oh, sorry, sir. Okay. Now, the interesting about this situation, and I guess I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a case where apparently it was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
Objection, relevance?
Yeah, the objection is sustained.
Okay, well, it goes to my theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later. That day, September 2nd of 2022, as I mentioned earlier, I sent that text message, hung around home, had no watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10-ish, I went for a walk, came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
This has already been admitted?
Absolutely, sure.
Thank you, sir. If you could please turn to the appropriate page. And as I said before, I'm techie, right? You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym, when they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because, again, because I'm a techie person, the tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. You know, so that was from my phone. May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding text messages I received that day. Would you, if you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
You're saying before it will be published?
It's about 20 pages.
If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies. If you could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
It's 374.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so if you could turn the page, please. Okay, if you could turn the page, please. You turn the page, please. If you could again turn the page, please. Now you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please. Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from this spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed our, at the office, the way that our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed, just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture from my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because I said, honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page? Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email, if you could change the page, please. Again, calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like, I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there. And so it was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message. And if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. If I could turn the page. And if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue. Because again, I clearly had it, went from the check-in, I say I had it all day. They may try to argue otherwise, but, so when we continue on again, there's that message. Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in. So I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here. Thank you, sir, very much. So I went to the gym, like I said, at about 12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout, went home, picked up kids later, and I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Objection. Sustained.
So I personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay. So I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony.
Okay. Cross-examination.
I'm gonna need a break, just so
Oh,
I can
that's
organize
true.
it.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any way regarding the case. Remember, questions don't come till both sides are done questioning. So when they're done questioning, if you want to ask a question, I will ask it then. But we do that because your question might get answered in the interim. So during this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Will be in recess. Is 15 minutes okay?
Yes.
15 minutes. Thank you.
You can all rise for the jury.
Outside the presence of the jury panel, is there an issue?
Yes, there's a question as to what doors perhaps were open in reference to communications between Mr. Tellis and Roberta. There's been a production made. We've had certain communications produced. We need to go through those. I think there's going to be a dispute as to what the scope, what's to be turned over, what's not, if there's been a privilege that's been previously asserted or not, if there's been any waiver. I think that's something that we're not going to get done until after lunch. We're going through
Okay,
them.
but can we start and then that issue can,
I would prefer to know the, we can just lay it out pretty easily. Mr. Tellis got up here and it wanted all of the team's messages admitted into evidence. So that would be our request. There has been a production that we have, that the defense has, of team's messages. We provided those messages. Sounds like the defense's concern is maybe there's another production of team's messages because, I mean, the long and the short of it is some of the team's messages contains information that I think Mr. Tellis finds fairly damaging. And so he wanted them in. We agreed, fine, let's let them in. And now there's an issue of, well, I don't necessarily, you know, I don't know that those are all of the messages. So what we're trying to nail down is the information, I mean, they have these have been produced, I can see in our files, these have been produced. I don't exactly know exactly what he is looking at. I know the nature of the emails, the nature of the team's messages that are the source of consternation for Mr. Tellis has nothing to do with an attorney-client privilege. It has nothing to do with, you know, something that would be privileged to the public administration's office. It just deals with something else. So.
What's the privilege?
Again, too, it could go into well, we need to see what a privilege was previously asserted or not. It's the state's argument, and I understand their argument. They're saying that Mr. Tellis, by his request, opened the door. As we addressed yesterday, Mr. Tellis is testifying in a narrative sense. We put the court on notice. The court had allowed that to occur.
Sure.
My concern is we would like to pull up on the jabs or otherwise what specific request he had made. There may have been a misunderstanding on the part of the state what it was that he was asking to have admitted. We want the break to go through that because it's the scope of what his request was. Obviously, it wasn't in response to a question or a request that I had made. It was that made by Mr. Tellis. But again, I'd like to see that on the video, which we'll be able to address over the lunch break, because I think it's concerning a scope of the production.
Well, what do you think it was, Mr. Draskowitz? I mean, because it appeared to me as though, just a minute, it appeared to me as though he was requesting the witness that came and testified and talked about that production that was about to happen, I don't know, in the first part of September. I mean, that appeared to be what he was asking the state to put on a disc and produce.
Yeah.
Sure.
So what I was requesting to be produced is actually what was produced to me.
Okay.
In support of what was going to produce to Mr. Gurman. And so, any and all, messages of any personal nature, in the review of the documents that I saw, and anything personal, like, talked about perhaps going to the mall or whatever, that was already removed by the time I viewed it. So when Mr. Hamner is coming here with these messages, that was pre-trimmed. So I believe he's going to say that, look, this is why Mr. Tellis decided he was going to be angry, but that's not true, because the version that I saw had already trimmed out all these personal messages. So it's misleading the jury about what Roberta testified to.
What do you mean trimmed out? You
So
mean by the
basically,
county?
yeah, Clark County has a policy where they run it through various personnel, because their policy is to only produce business records.
Okay.
No matter what, they do not allow for the production in public records requests for messages of anything of a personal nature. And so, again, I believe it's in bad faith that Mr. Hamner is trying to show the original production and not what I personally saw. Because what I saw had nothing that referenced the mall or anything like that. And, and if Ms. Lee Kennett had any such concern, she would have said the same thing. She would have said, well, yeah, I had a concern with this. But clearly, she saw the same messages I did. We saw no concern because personal messages had already been stripped out. And now we're at the point where Mr. Hammer is trying to mislead the jury about what I saw.
And obviously this predates this gentleman being charged. This predates. We're not talking about production through the course of discovery in a criminal case. And this obviously predated this case. So we're talking about back when Mr. Tellis was at the public administrator's office, what he was given, what he saw, and I think that goes to the very point. It's referring to what his knowledge was back in that time, and that's why we want to address the scope of what it is the state intends to produce.
Mr. Hamlin?
Our position is we have these two messages. It's not about taking a walk Look, we'll call it out for what it is. I mean, it is, they are romantic messages between those two, okay? I mean, that's the reality of it. That's what's in the team's messages. I have team's messages here that contain that. They may be right. Maybe there is another version of this, but the team's message that we have, that we've produced to them, contain this information. Mr. Tellis got on the stand, and when he told this jury, he was like, oh, I looked at those team's messages, and like, I didn't have any issues with it. I'd like them all admitted. He did not put them together on a USB drive or anything, right? They did not come here and here they are. They didn't produce them to us for us to review to see if there was any sort of discrepancy. I said, we have the team's messages, we can add them, and now they're reviewing, and that's fine, like if we want to get clarity on this, but clearly it changes the tenor of everything, right? And listen, if he looks at the jury and says, oh, you know, I was totally fine with those messages, and let's say they missed them. What if they read them and they missed the couple of instances where they were telling each other how they felt about each other? You know what I mean? Like, then that's a misstep on his part. Now listen, if it wasn't produced, and there's some county law that's out there that doesn't allow that, but if we think about what the FOIA request, which we actually have here from Mr. Garman, which has been admitted, which was, we want all team's messages between Roberta and Mr. Tellis, and all of his articles when raising her has to do with the inappropriate affair. It seems to me that absent, you know, some attorney-client, for some applicable privilege, it is beyond me how that would somehow be pulled out.
And again,
Didn't the request ask for communication between
All
those
communications. He wanted personal text messages. He wanted Teams messages. He wanted emails. And he said from January of 2022 till this request is filled. And these messages appear in February and March and roughly around there. I don't know it all off the top of my head. I mean, I have excerpts of them. I have a paper version of excerpts of them as well, if the court would like to look at it. But I don't have any objection with trying to get to the bottom of, you know, did DA Civil really claw back, you know, the romantic messages? You know, I don't have an issue with doing that, but we need time, and I don't want my cross to start without this clarity.
And again, as to the scope, there was testimony, and I would submit that his testimony, his narrative testimony and that of Lee Kennett was similar in that in August of 2022, there wasn't an issue. Apparently he had seen what was going to be turned over to Mr. Garman, and she did too, and there were no concerns. So my concern is what the state is attempting to present to the jury is outside of the scope of what my client's knowledge was at that point in time.
They both saw what was going to be produced?
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is this. This guy got on the stand and said, I want every team's message admitted, but I haven't really compiled it. State, little help? Here's the team's messages that we have. And now they have a problem with them. And again, I reiterate, I am okay with taking the time to try to delve in to see.
Okay, but how much? I mean, 30 minutes? We can break till 1 o'clock?
I mean, I don't know if it lasts that long. I mean, my thought would be, can we take a lunch break? Because if it
Right,
takes
that's what
long.
I'm saying, it's 12:30?
Yeah.
Just take 30 more minutes till 1 o'clock?
If that's fine, yeah, you're right.
1:15?
Sure.
We can
Okay,
attempt to. Yeah, we can.
1:15. All right, we'll see you
All right.
guys at 1:15 then. But what, we brought lunch in already, so we'll just let
Okay.
the jury eat now. Are you ready to go, Mr. Hamner?
Yes, Your Honor, and just, I mean, I guess we should try to make a record of
Yes.
the situation.
Go ahead.
So it sounds as if the FOIA request, that production, based on their policies, claws back personal information. I don't know if they've been able to acquire that information. Through the process of this investigation, you know, the state has all of the messages, which has been produced at the event, so they have that as well. So we understand why there can't be a joint stipulation to those messages, but certainly, you know, this issue will be inquired into cross based off of this testimony of, I had no issue, you know, I'll be inquiring based on the policy that he was aware of. So that'll be happening. Whether they want to admit teams messages that are just limited only to business information, that's up to them, but we don't have a way to efficiently produce that to them.
So we don't have a stipulation?
We don't have a stipulation, but in discussing this with the state and with Mr. Tellis, we are just going to leave his testimony as it stands, and we will not be seeking to admit. There's been an argument that he'd open the door, but that's set aside. He is not going to be seeking to admit the information that was provided to him at that time. Is that fair?
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so the state's ready.
There's also that, the thing that you said would be produced and admitted later, if we got that, the K3.
No, that's the thing.
Oh, that is what it is?
That's what I'm
is,
talking about.
yes, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It's marked as K3 for the record, but obviously we just won't admit it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring them in. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tellis, you can take the stand. Sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah, you can.
All rise for entering jury, please. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
President? Okay, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir.
And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things, okay? I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish States 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Cameron, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Garman. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not? Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
And why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. So, and you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. it's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could. All right. I'm playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, this is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's from, you've seen all the footage, that's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali, am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me at least let's look at it for a second. So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Garriman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to publish the PowerPoint, if we could.
What exhibit is that?
It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Garriman has been killed, but if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right.
But we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with. That's my belief, because, again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words, your thought process.
Absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me, so.
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well,
so.
Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again, it wasn't me, so yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to slide 41. One second. So, slide 40. All right. So, you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see, if we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know what I'm talking about, if I'm referring to that?
12 o'clock is north?
Yes. So 12 o'clock is
Or
totally
up?
to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness, correct?
Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say at the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive, isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels, because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look, no, sir, no question pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video, isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
It does, but that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer, and you felt, oh gosh, my rims are different. Remember you told them that?
Yes,
You
because
relied on some person in the Twitterverse named General Bob Custer to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
yes,
So, now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
No. Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes,
When we looked at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay. So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the
Right.
PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Isn't that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes.
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I
isn't
don't know
it-
what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen?
I just
correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been
Okay.
my car
I
or my
understand you're
visor.
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
And
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
And again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you. You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you. You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay, well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point this sample was collected.
Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr. German.
You have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my fingernails?
I'm sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right, let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No,
Okay, you don't hang out with him ever?
sir. I did not ever hang out with Mr. Irma when he was
The answer to
alive.
my question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails. Correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. Gurman. So,
Great. And by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you are at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
whether it came from a sample of the fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you,
But
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. You're at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
And,
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine. Let's I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second. When they went over to your house, they took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal, or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know? Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at it.
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
Right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about that. We can agree on that, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me. Something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else?
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. We did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay. And you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay. All right. You characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought,
So Jappy's a part of it now, too.
oh, he's always
So
been.
we've got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog, and we haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there because they're part of it, too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get to all that in a second.
Of course, absolutely, sir.
So here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, you similar. Publishing 360.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Oh, sir, you're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right? It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me, when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner, you're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th, right?
Yes, sir.
So
And again,
we're
I was
talking,
surveillance started at 8:16.
Right. No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I've likely texted it to my wife to say, "Hey, I'm rock climbing indoors."
So here's the thing. How? Oh, so you're saying, okay. So you believe because you were under surveillance, what? That they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was produced to me.
You're not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Yeah, okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This 819 was
I need
during.
you to focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane, because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right? You own gray topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos up, I can confirm
The
whatever.
answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the days you were surveilled.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some surveillance.
Don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos, and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
Pass them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so.
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
They're not without being informed.
Okay. And this phone and this data about your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
Okay. You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn about information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance?
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jappy, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
No, well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but
But before we move on, I gotta ask you this too. So, like if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
as I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jappy plug holes in his case,
Sure.
not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's
I object, sir, if you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Okay.
The next question, please.
Sir, I got a question for you. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Gehrman's DNA in was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think
But it's not there, is it?
no.
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you? Does that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right? And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh,
stuff
they
in
want to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Gehrman's DNA? Why'd they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA of Gehrman in your car? I mean, if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay. But one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct, isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You mean Roberta?
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear. You would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away. Isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not the
I guess
point.
I guess I would be surprised then.
My question is this. Washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone. Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. I'm going to be, let's see if this pulls up. We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure. Let's close out of this. All right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're gonna, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me, you don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure, yes.
Sure. And this is, what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Gehrman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's... I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Gehrman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You'd have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Gehrman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Gehrman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, all speculation.
Sustained.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Gehrman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Gehrman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
That is very strange. I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's, again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, correct?
I object, it's a hypothetical question, he's not an expert, so.
Overrule, take an answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it, you don't want to answer the question, we'll do it another way.
Again, I'd object to the characterization.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay, how about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone, isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay, well then let's start clicking.
Plus, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just, okay, sir. You did.
You're asking me to testify something that I can't tell you is true.
Right. But you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
That's what I would object to. He was not called upon to review the phone. He reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone, so I object to this line of questioning.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanec from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
I object as to complain.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor with Mr. Gehrman, and it's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
And here is something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT. You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like this, sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second? to the overhead. There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay. And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I am saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows?
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
Okay. So, if we could cue over to the overhead, or the computer. We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at, that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray
It's
in
like
color,
a crossover.
right? And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck that's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mhm.
Another gray car, correct?
Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mhm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda,
Is it? Okay, it's a Honda.
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
Or a Hyundai. I'm
don't
not
know.
sure. It kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we could cue over. Got 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right, looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
Looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from the photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? We saw from the photos, right?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony.
You
Sorry.
have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay, and we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting snapped, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.?
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
he's connected.
What's the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then when you go to the next entry, what's the address associated with Mr. Gehrman?
7216, it's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman, and that's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89, I can't read this.
Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Gehrman lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Gehrman's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more, this is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Gehrman at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. $72.16 bronze. We can cue over to the overhead. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. This is terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it purports to be.
Okay. And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was, because, you know, I don't know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but it purports to be of that day.
You recall the testimony, well, no, you recall the testimony of Matt Hovanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, you recall it being said.
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Hovanich saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
in a number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you would hope as the head of the department they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay. Right, because of the conspiracy? Right, okay. Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m., correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't have knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2, correct?
I did not, nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked. Or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reed in the conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down, so she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of...
So she's not part of the conspiracy?
I can't say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie her to this.
Can we rule her out?
Object, again, if you'd be allowed to answer this question.
You gotta let it answer.
Sir, go ahead, please finish.
What was the question
I'll
at
ask
this
the
point?
question again. Can we rule Rita Reed out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I think it's weird that you're... I mean, maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But there's the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out...
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay. Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy,
Let me specify. Is she part of a conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible, sir.
Okay, so we can't rule her out because anything's possible.
That's what I said. I said
All right.
unlikely, but,
Okay,
if we...
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Gehrman?
Yeah, again, highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
Thomas Moore?
I apologize, Thomas Moore. Is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely, okay. And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gehrman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Gehrman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. You would agree, and I think you told this jury extensively on direct examination, what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes.
You fought them at every turn, correct?
Absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that, absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators, is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove, without a doubt, that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's Reed Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions, is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, that's all that they needed in order to.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted, that's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
That is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to engage in this
Are
activity.
you speculating at this point?
Ask you to be allowed to answer the
Okay,
question.
please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I had intended, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that started basically, hold on.
I think we're a little far afield of my question at this
Sure,
point.
okay.
I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand, not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys, or these two entities,
For
but
those two guys, but listen, if we're talking about, look, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
it depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of
Fine.
everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir, you were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait the 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again see the time at which the order was filed, and I think you might agree that yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, they couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
because I've got the authority to really crack things open then.
So again, he's answering the question. These are fairly complex questions. They require complex answers.
Sure that each of you lets the other.
Sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much,
I don't think they knew me to hate me, but sure.
well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question, and I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Garman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Garman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go? That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you want to investigate were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gurman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, and these homes, millions of dollars in theft, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay, so your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to plant this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put it there, sir.
How did they plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So
the answer to my question is no?
Not all of them did.
Okay.
And so...
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
Okay.
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others?
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Janie retired, it was just 4 old guards, as has been stated. So 6 of us who are And that didn't include me either, so I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff Gehrman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that, there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay. What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably, we did have, and when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was for the public's business.
That's not my question. My question
Yes,
is...
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure, yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time, yes.
I mean, well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. I mean, right? I mean, you put yourself through law school. You opened up a law firm. You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
It absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
I certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know, again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family, maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that?
Right.
Okay. So, you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay. And when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if I'm not sure, that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day. That was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes. My wife did forgive me, but it certainly it wasn't good optically for obviously my children and have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And here's the thing, he didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
and you told him, you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
No, I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct?
Okay.
But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day, something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Garriman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. If we could cue over. Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think I mean, and maybe, I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not, I wasn't happy about them. But yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4.
Mm-hmm.
And you state, I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof, I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and, yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Garriman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the wordplay is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrued things, so I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay, so that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
Character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
And then what happens is about 9 days go by, and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay. So we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, start to try to, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Garriman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
you must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's.
Okay.
Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to...
Well, we'll talk about different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it wouldn't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point, it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again, that's...
It's the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But, you know, there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure.
Right? So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right? I will say that when it comes...
My objection, he's answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex
I'm
question.
asking him to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Again, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
And
Hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th. I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone?
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have these kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so people are sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because you had said, because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true, none of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Right.
Right.
And to be fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant, you're even telling people in this context like it's not true because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom, because I know you said, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that, still, again, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gurman.
So the answer is yes.
Yep.
Isn't it true you also try to reach out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
That I don't recall. I mean, if you've got something to show that, as long as,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So,
Oh,
let's-
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues, and got their advice and did things appropriately.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me, when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, yeah, I think we're going to pull this out, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face, no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as stage proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking the State Commission to admit states 377. Sure. Sorry about that.
There's no objection.
Publishing 377, if we could cue over. So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, what, a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garriman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to this election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct.
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garriman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary?
Probably yes.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Who got Jeff Garriman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Garriman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was almost a week. So we were, again, this is a while back, so if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us, but Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how this, at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay. But nevertheless, Jeff Garriman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right, and you just say, it's fine at this point, they won, do what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point?
Yeah, like just, you know what, what's it going to do at this point? Whatever, you know?
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
Mm-hmm. That is, yes.
Fair to say you weren't happy with that coverage, it wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. And I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but, you know, it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure, yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right. Well, like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Garriman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that correct?
I don't know if hate, I mean, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that I ever, he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on,
Go ahead.
I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Garriman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah, but again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gurman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, you believe if Mr. Garriman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time, and if I, how long I might have hated him, if,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay. So, now we're in July. Fair to say, working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, you know what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in, but then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily, and I did most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as. I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility,
Right, sir.
even though you were still the acting duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We could cue over to the Elmo.
All right, guys. So I am going to let you know that we're going to be ending this stream. We're reaching the 8-hour limit on the stream here. So we will continue the next stream. There's going to be a stream coming up probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and it will pick up right where we're at right now, and it will finish day 7. We have about an hour left of day 7. We will go into day 8, day 9, and day 10. Day 10 is the verdict and sentencing hearing, because in Nevada, when a jury finds someone guilty, they immediately go to the sentencing phase. If that were to happen, sorry, I don't want to give it away, but and they're given, in this case, what he's charged with, he faces either 20 to 50 years in prison. It's basically a 50-year sentence with 20 years of parole eligibility, or life with parole eligibility in 20 years, or life no parole. So the jury gets to decide that. If they were to find him guilty, all of that would happen on day 10. So we should be able to get through to day 10. It may require one more stream. You can also find the full playlist to this trial on my channel, where you can watch it in a more traditional fashion. You can go through day by day, break it down, look at it, whatever. Anyways, we'll see you here in a few more minutes, and talk to you then.